two in a row here, but it's always been my thought that we will have a meeting when we have a full agenda. And we have a full agenda. And that's been the procedure, the process I've gone in the last interim, so that we would have a full day, that we wouldn't just be coming for a couple of audits, and we work with the auditor. Our council works with the auditor's office to make sure that we have plenty to do and look at and work on, and that's our job. Our job is to receive these audits, and then it is also the legislature's job to address issues that are contained in them, and as we meet again. So with that, that's kind of a little bit of an overview. We have a full agenda, so that's why we have a meeting again, and we'll try to keep things moving along. I'm not sure where the auditor's at in other audits, but generally we get a couple of real full days early on, and then it backs off a little. And of course, we always need to have one before we go into session in case there's anything we need to address. So with that, I'm going to ask Chris to talk a little bit about the supplementary rules of operation and procedure.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, in front of you, you should have supplementary rules of operation and procedures of the North Dakota Legislative Management. It is LC 21.9028.02000. And there is no change from last interim. A couple of key items I wanted to point out would be under subsection 2E. Every member who is present must vote for or against each question on every recorded roll call vote. Reminder. And then under jurisdictions, under section 3A, committees have the power and authority as is reasonably necessary to carry out the purposes contained in study resolutions and directives under policies, directives, or limitations prescribed by the legislative management, and statutory committees have whatever additional authority is specifically provided by law. And then if the committee has any questions on it, address them.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Alan?
I don't believe those actually got passed out, so
Okay.
They're on the website if you really want to look at them. So, but like Chris said, they're the same as they were last year.
Okay, any questions on that? And mentioning the website, the stack of audits used to be even taller back in the day, but we now have, and we'll probably have a little discussion as to whether or not they're going to be on our iPads. We can follow that at home even, and even here, but should we be looking at having all this information printed and why? And I think we'll bring that up for discussion as we come for other business today. So you can, as we have dug through those, wondering why we have all these paper copies. And it's some people like it to have a hard copy in their hand. Others certainly we can read it on your electronically. So that's a discussion that we'll have sometime today. If I forget, somebody will remind me, right, Vice Chairman? Chris, anything else that we need to cover here? Okay. The 840 item, Chris?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, if I can turn your attention to the LC memo number 21.9061.0100.
Now we have at our spots.
It's titled Legislative Audit and Fiscal Review Committee Statutory Duties and Responsibilities for the 2019-21 biennium. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the memo provides information regarding, again, the Legislative Audit and Fiscal Review Committee statutory duties. The Legislative Audit and Fiscal Review Committee is a statutory committee with statutory responsibilities, which include studying and reviewing the financial transactions of the state and assuring the collection of revenues and expenditures of monies in compliance with law, legislative intent, and sound financial practices. Page 1 provides a list of statutory duties and responsibilities of the committee. This includes reviewing annual reports from the State Fair Association, audit reports from any ethanol, alcohol, and methanol producers, the annual report on the status of accounts receivable for the Department of Human Services and the Life Skills and Transition Center, Audit reports of the Low Risk Incentive Fund, audit report of the North Dakota Stockmen's Association, a performance audit report of Job Service North Dakota, performance audits of state agencies, frequency of audits or reviews, and determination of audits of political subdivisions. In addition, the 66th Legislative Assembly amended North Dakota Century Code Section 54-10-01 to require that the committee approve performance audits before they are conducted. Page 2 provides a list of various requests and recommendations the committee has made during past interims, which include item 4, to have members of the committee making motions to accept the audit reports. The motion is not a directive for the adoption of the audit recommendations. In addition, item 6, prior audit findings, pursuant to section 54-35-02.2, whenever the committee may determine that a state agency, department, or institution has failed to correct an audit finding within 2 bienniums, which the committee determines critically important, the committee may recommend the Legislative Assembly reduce the state agency, department, or institution's appropriation as compared with the amount appropriated to the agency, department, or institution for the previous biennium. Page 3 provides a list of 14 questions auditors of the state agencies and institutions are requested to address and provide for the committee. Page 4 and 5 provide a list of performance audit reports which have been provided to the committee during prior interims. During the 2017-19 biennium, the committee received performance audit reports of the University Systems Institutions Purchasing Card Program, the North Dakota State University Parking and Transportation Services Department, the University of North Dakota Continuity of Operations Planning, the Governor's Office Travel and Use of State Resources, the Administrative Committee on Veterans Affairs Oversight Structure, the Veterans Home, and the Department of Veterans Affairs. The bottom of page 5 provides a list of a proposed action plan the committee may wish to consider during the 2019-21 biennium. And then, Mr. Chairman, if there's any questions.
Great. Any questions for Chris? He covered a lot of stuff there. I know if we have any as the day goes along. Representative Kepnick, see you waving a bit.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and I guess it does come down to what is this committee. We review but as far as the actions and stuff taken, we have just one little, you brought up just one little, and that we put in here a couple of years ago about any action outside of this committee on these audits. There really is no action in this committee, is there? As far as, we vote to receive the audits, but as far as it's got to take basically individual legislators or individuals to introduce legislation if that's required. There is no real action comes out of this committee, is there?
Alan?
No, Mr. Chairman, Representative Kempnick, it's really to inform the legislature of the findings in the reports, and we do include those, the information that gets provided to the appropriations committees. The State Auditor's Office does provide us in advance of the session the major audit findings, and we include those on the green sheet so the legislature is aware of the audit findings. And really, it is up to the legislature to take the action to address findings that are deemed critical. This committee could recommend a bill for introduction if there was a certain area that you wanted to focus on, but traditionally it really hasn't done that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and that's where I'm, it's been an issue. I had a bill in here this last session that, kind of on these finding issues and stuff on it, because but a lot of it is legislative action, and I think that's what we're going to find in what's going forward, and kind of what we found out here basically in the last year is a lot of the stuff is legislative action. It isn't so much of what an agency is doing, on some of these issues, and that's what, whether we define that better in this committee or what this committee does, that's what I'm starting to question.
And I'm not sure, are those recommendations part of the budget or the green sheets when you get them?
Well, we get them, but there's no real recommendation. It's just there's no findings. It'll have it if there's a significant findings. I guess you got to qualify that conversation too on it. And that's been one question that, you know, I've been questioning, you know, here for years or so. Because we did put some, you know, that we can do some stuff, but, you know, truthfully, this committee is the only one that hears a lot of what goes on in these agencies unless it's played out in the press. And so that's where this gets, a question becomes, you know, what is the function of this committee then, as far as moving anything forward?
Representative Craig?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the appropriation section that I serve on in the House, we have the largest budget, the Human Services budget. And when we're doing that budget, we do review the green sheet and look at, you know, the audit findings and question, you know, the department if they've made the corrections to those findings. I guess, you know, we've never taken the step to look at their budget, you know, to reduce it or to give them a nudge, you know, to go ahead and correct these findings. But we do, you know, and the health department the same, we do look at those in our section. So usually the information we receive back is that, you know, they've either corrected them or are close to having them corrected in those two departments.
Okay, I think we're gonna move along then, we're gonna stay on, we can have that continued
Well,
discussion.
that's gonna be an underlying conversation, that it's not just today.
It's not gonna go away. All right, with that, we are right on to our 8:45, an overview of audit procedures, including the office's quality control review. Good morning.
Good morning. Chairman Klein, good morning. Members of the Legislative Audit and Fiscal Review Committee. My name is Josh Gallion. I serve the citizens of North Dakota as their state auditor. We just handed out a pamphlet, and I want to just quickly walk through this before I hand the podium off to one of our audit managers, Ron Tolstad, who will walk through the technical information on an audit process. So what we've put together for your review is an overview of the office. And so if you turn to the inside page, I'm not going to read all this to you, but it gives kind of an introduction to who we are. We provide our mission, vision, values, and our strategy. And our mission is to produce informative audits to improve government. That is one of our, do we have enough? Okay. So you can kind of see the direction that we are heading. On page 2, the audit process, it walks through the steps that we go through. From making a plan, collecting the data, analyzing results, drafting a report, preparing the findings, making the recommendations, and then we publish the report. On the next page, it gives a brief overview of the types of findings that we uncover: compliance, performance, internal control, and financial statements. It also provides information on the amount of time that the staff spends on audits. On the kind of the right side of that page, it gives the breakdown of our work by the numbers, where that happens, and in what section of the office is conducting that. On the next page, we have a write-up, and I believe Ron's going to cover most of this information in his technical data. The last page, the transparency initiatives, which have been a key component of what I'm trying to accomplish with the auditor's office. We do issue news releases now as soon as the audit team determines if it is pertinent to the audit. We leverage social media to reach the citizens of North Dakota. We make our audit schedule public, so everybody can see what audits are going on right now, what stage they're in, what audits are coming up. All of that information now is available on our website. We also issue quarterly news releases, which I believe this committee should receive. You can see what work is going on and when. We've prepared last year, we started with highlights page to provide a summary of what is inside the audit report to streamline the information. And then one of the issues that came up in this last year, I guess last year, was the petition audit process. The auditor's office had never fully received a citizen-initiated petition, and we identified that our process was not clearly defined. And so we have now clearly defined that. provided the procedures on our website, so if citizens want to initiate an audit of their local community, local government entity, they now have the resources and know how to accomplish that. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions on this. If not, I can pass the podium off to Mr. Tolstad.
Senator Lee Judy Lee has a question.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Gallion, would you just refresh everybody's memory about who pays for which audits? If a citizen petitions and wants an audit of their local community or school board or whatever, who pays for that? If you decide to do a performance audit on something, who pays for that? How much of it is absorbed by your office and how much of it is paid by the entity which is audited, which is everybody's taxpayer?
Chairman Klein, Senator Lee. So for the citizen-initiated petition audits, and we do provide that information on our website. If they do get the signatures and initiate that process, the state law says the auditor's office shall conduct it. That cost will be paid by that local government entity. So we will bill for those services. When it comes down to performance audits, we do not bill for performance audits of state agencies. Now, we are not authorized to conduct performance audits of local governments. And so, but at the state agency level, those performance audits are paid for with staff salary time. There is no cost, billed to any agency.
Continue.
So I understand there have been some changes in fees for some of the audited entities. Could you bring us up to speed a little bit on that, please, very briefly?
Yes, I believe last year, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Representative Nathy was very interested in the cost of those audits, and that initiated us to review our entire procedure. And what we found is our billing processes were very outdated. Now, under state law, we were required to bill for the special funded component of the appropriations of an agency. And in our billing procedures, we found that we had been billing entities that no longer had special funds. The percentages were way off. And so what we did is we updated that to reflect the current law and the way it's written. And now we bill for that percentage more accurately.
Continue.
An example of that.
An example is what Senator Lee is looking
Mr. Chairman, I believe, so for the governor's office, I think we were still sending them a bill. I don't believe they have any special funds. And so what we identified is they should not be receiving the bill as a general funded agency.
Yeah, you did. I'm sorry. I'm anxious to make this agenda move on as well, but a commodity group, for example, that is audited, which is primarily checkoff process and roller up whatever the product is. I understand that they were getting notices that their bills were going to be 3 times what they were before. Can you explain a little bit about how an entity like a commodities group, or if it's a citizen-generated performance audit that you're talking about, a local city or school board that is petitioned to be a recipient of an audit, can you tell me that they will not have budgeted for that either? How do they and you deal with the cost?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Senator Lee, so there's a few questions in there. So the cost to a local government from a citizen-initiated petition audit, in state law it says we shall bill our costs. So if those citizens in that community initiate that, we are required to bill for those services. How they handle that could be a problem. Because if we've got a lot of small communities across the state of North Dakota, receiving a $10,000, $15,000 audit bill could be detrimental. So maybe that's something that, going into next session, that should be considered.
Representative Nathy has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of them. In regards to the petition audit, if you sub that audit out, Josh, then they're billed for it, right? Whether it's a petition audit or any other audit, if you have to sub it out. Is that right?
Representative Nathy, I believe that we could. Before we would bill it out, we would absolutely have to make sure that we don't have the capability to do it. The concern with that, as Senator Lee is getting to, is the cost. If we bill it out, the cost for a private firm to come in could be 2 to 3 times higher. And so, from my position, if we get a citizen-initiated petition again, we will do everything in our ability to conduct that audit ourselves, just because of the cost constraints.
But if you pull them off to the petition audit, won't that leave you short on another audit? And then you got something, I mean, it's kind of like whack-a-mole, right? I mean,
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nathan, that is why we request additional resources for the local government function, because we have seen an uptick in citizen-initiated petitions. We did receive a request for the city of Minot, and I believe they are working on collecting signatures. So this is an area of concern, because yes, if we go to conduct that audit, it pulls resources away from already agreed upon engagements with other communities. If we can't fulfill those engagements, those communities now have to go to the private sector. And as we've provided through the budget process, there are fewer and fewer CPA firms conducting this work, which is increasing the cost dramatically.
One quick question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the news releases, Josh, before that is sent out, are those agencies, are they given a chance to respond and comment before that's sent out? Because I know that's the way it was in the past.
Chairman, Representative Nathan, our clients have the ability to respond to the recommendations within the report. They are given copies of the report. Their responses are included.
That was my question. Before you send it to the press, have they already responded and commented to you guys?
It is a substantially completed audit report, which means their responses to our recommendations are included.
Are in that report?
Yes.
Okay.
And we're gonna get to hear those too, because some that we've read about will maybe covered somewhere in the next interim, or is that just something that comes in and goes out again? You know, in my time here, I guess most of the findings have come before this committee, and we've digested them and heard them, and been able to ask questions. Are we going to continue? Is that going to be how that's going to work in the future? I'm just asking because on the news release thing, I know I've read about a couple of things, but they're not, I don't know if they're on this agenda sheet today.
Chairman Klein, you'd have to let me know which reports you're
Okay, I'm thinking
about.
of, for example, the bus issue with DPI, the criminal, the Attorney General's issue with not getting his findings out. Is that going to come? Are we going to have an opportunity to get that for us so we all get a handle on how you did that and why? And
Mr. Chairman, those are at the 3 o'clock agenda item, and the buses are part of Highway Patrol
okay,
audit.
that was my question. So we're going to get those covered.
You will have
All
plenty
right.
of opportunities to ask questions on.
All right, committee, anything else before we move on? All right, we're going to move on then to our 9 o'clock, the performance audit special. Okay, well, there's more. Okay,
There is more. So
there's more, I hear. All
Mr.
right.
Tolstad's going to walk everybody through the overview of the audit process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ron, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Klein and members of the committee. I'm Ron Tolstad, and I'm an audit manager with the Office of the State Auditor. I also do the duties of a technical specialist, making sure that we comply with the standards. So that's kind of what we're talking about here. This is your 8:45 agenda item, and on your agenda, if you've got the following along on your computers, there's a link to this report. Now, it's very text heavy. It's all text and hard to cover verbatim here. I know there's some new members of the committee, and if you are wondering what an auditor does, that report will tell you what our responsibilities are and what we do. And much of it is communications that we are required to make to you, and it's important for you to know those things, but I can't really go over that in detail at this point. But I encourage you to take a look at that report. Don, do you know how to get the notes to show up on mine? If it's going to take time, I could just go off of here. Before we get started, there was one question that Senator Lee asked, and among her other questions that didn't get responded to, and I wanted to maybe clarify it. The commodity groups, when we were doing, before Josh's time, the way we were billing for audits set up an unfair, a subsidy for those audits. They weren't being billed for the total cost. And part of what Josh saw when he was responding to Representative Nathy's comments about the audit costs was we found out that we were not complying with the Century Code for accounting for the total costs. We're supposed to bill for the cost of these audits for the special funds. And those commodity groups were being subsidized. So now that we've gotten in compliance with the Century Code more fully, they are paying for their full cost of those audits, and some of those bills did go up quite a bit, and they weren't happy, but that's the way we see the Century Code, and that's what we're trying to comply with now. We do appreciate the role of the Legislative Audit and Fiscal Review Committee. You play a very important role for the accountability of in state government, and we've worked together over the years very closely, and we appreciate the cooperation and the relationship that we have. One of the things I want to do is talk about the different types of audits that we do, because I know during last session especially, there was some confusion about what audits, what we do and what are performance audits and such. We basically do 4 types of audits. The financial statement audits, the State Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, the University System Financial Report, and then a few smaller ones, and I'll be talking about those a little bit. And then we do biennial performance audits. Those audits have been done, and well, I'll get into that a little bit later. We did a single audit, which is a big audit, biennial single audit, over 10,000 hours easily. And then we do other performance audits, which we'll be discussing here. State CIFR audit is one of our biggest audits. It's 5,000 hours or more. I shouldn't be throwing out numbers, but it's in that neighborhood. A university system financial audit, that's a big audit. It's all 11 institutions, and you'll see that report later, and you'll see how big of a financial statement that is, and it's a big audit for us. And then we do a limited number of state agency audits, financial audits for state agencies. And basically those are the commodity audits, the mill and elevator, and the state lottery. And that's about it for what the auditor's office does. So we do a few big financial statement audits and then a number of smaller audits, but there's not a lot of financial audits that we do that way.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Ron, when you brought up a little bit on biennial performance ethics, in the past, performance has been more of a specific area within an agency, not a broad conversation. Because usually there's been something, a fiscal in the past, usually it's been a fiscal irregularity triggered more of a fiscal or a performance of that area within, it's been more focused, not more of a broad conversation.
And I'll be talking about those audits in a little bit, and I might bring it into focus better here as we move forward, if that's all right. Okay, so I'll cover that question in a little bit, if that's okay with you. And then we have those audits by IPAs, and we'll be talking about those as we go forward too. The biennial performance audits, we often refer to those as operational audits. And the reason we did that was not to confuse them with the performance audits that Representative Kempnich was talking about. So an operational audit is synonymous with the performance audit. So for the last 19 years, we've been doing the biennial agency audits that we're required to do in accordance with the performance audit standards. And the nice thing about performance audit standards, they can focus on what you want to focus on, as you indicated. You can focus them more narrowly or however you want to. So you set your objective accordingly. Whereas a financial audit, the only thing you're doing is giving an opinion on the financial statements. That's what your objective is. So it's you could say even a more narrow focus that you've only got one thing to do, give an opinion on those financial statements. A performance audit then, with those objectives, you can set your objectives however you want, and you've seen the wide variety of those performance objectives from highway patrol buses to special funds audit that you'll be seeing today, and such. So there's a wide variety of those performance audits. But back in the day when Gordy was here or when Jason was here, those are large performance audits. And so that we didn't confuse the terminology between the two, we just said those are operational audits versus performance audits. Now more and more you'll be hearing us refer to them as performance audits because there was that confusion. And we've communicated that each time, but it's easily overlooked that that's what they are.
Representative Nafee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ron, in regards to performance audits and your auditors, and you talked about all these different areas that your auditors have to go through and go through performance. You know, obviously they're not experts in all these different areas. Have they gone through any audit performance training? Does your staff go through that training? What kind of specific training would they go through if they did?
Members of the committee, all of our auditors, especially on the agency side, the local government auditors, all they do is the financial statement audits. They've had a little bit of performance audit training, but not significant. Our auditors are all provided with a lot of training in performance auditing. Later on, I mentioned we've had people from the GAO, the Government Accountability Office in DC. They've come here. We've had ex-employees of theirs come in. So we've had extensive training on performance audits. It's critically important, absolutely.
Is that an ongoing process around, like, you know, a lot of industries, you got to do it every couple of years? Or do your auditors have to keep going through this performance audit training?
Representative Nafee, members of the committee, we're required to get 80 hours of training every 2 years, and it's really awkward not to get 40 each year. So basically, we try to get our auditors 40 hours each year. In January, we had a gentleman from the graduate school who was a GAO employee do 16 hours of training for us. 8 hours of that was specifically on writing objectives to achieve important results or something like that. I don't get it exactly right, but and then how to fulfill those objectives. So yeah, it's a big part of what we do, and it's absolutely critically important.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, you mentioned about performance audit objectives. You mentioned that they vary. Who determines those objectives and how are they determined?
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, 541001 subsection 1 states that the state auditor will determine the contents of those biennial state agency audits. So for the agency audits, we determine the scope of those audits. The other, we talked about 5410 section 30 later on, and that's the higher ed performance audits. And that section gives that responsibility to the audit manager, I believe, of that division, Craig. And then the 541001, you've all been studying that, and you know that the state auditor can propose a performance audit with the related objectives, or LAFRC can, and so that's the process for that. Or the legislature can pass a bill to require a performance audit, and they have.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, one of the concerns I have, for example, if we were to do a performance audit on the State Water Commission, I would certainly like to be part of the determination of what those objectives are and where that audit goes, and be aware of the results of that audit before you would publish it to the media.
Mr. Chairman Klein and members of the committee, when we do a large performance audit, the committee has not requested one for several years, I don't believe. But when we do those at the committee's request, and even if it's not at the committee's request, I remember when we did the child welfare at Human Services, Representative Hope is her name, was really interested in that. She was a pusher she called for an audit of the program because of the death of a child up in Williston, was it? And there we sat down with her and talked with her and visited with her and said, okay, what you called for an audit, what were you looking for? And we also do that with the committee. We'll try to, usually if it's a committee, like if you were saying you wanted something with State Water Commission, early in the planning stages, we see our job is to meet your expectations. So we want to fulfill we don't want to do an audit that you requested and not fulfill what you wanted. So we would probably contact you and talk with you. And I know back in the old days when the committee used to pick more performance audits, we would try to work with the committee too on the wording of the motion so that we could go in there and that I always tell a horror story of performance audits. Our first performance audit back in 1990, the committee or the state auditor, I don't know who picked it, but said, go audit the Department of Human Services. It's a pretty big department. And as you indicated, the performance audits go very deep. Well, you can't go deep on an audit of the performance, the Department of Human Services. So we try, when we have had requests from the committee, to work with you to make sure we meet your expectations, but narrow the focus enough so that we can do it cost effectively and timely. Because one of my pet peeves is we've had performance audits go on 6, 9, even 12 months. And that's when we have problems with our clients, is when we're in their offices for a year. It just doesn't go well. It's not going to go well because strangely enough, nobody likes auditors.
All right, Senator Judy Lee.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Solstead, your example of the Department of Human Services is exactly what was rolling around in my head, because my concern is that the auditors may be all really great at being auditors. I expect you to be wonderful CPAs. Excuse me. But I don't know if you, and you can answer this, if you have anybody with any expertise in health and human services issues. Whereas I can go up to Legislative Council, for example, and everybody there is a really smart fiscal or legal person. But I can go to Jennifer Clark and she knows everything I need to know about human services or healthcare, and if she doesn't, she or somebody that she works with will find it. So talk to me please about how, when you're going in to audit something like an area of human services, and you've got a pool of auditors, all of whom are good at widget counting, how do they know and who do they talk to find out what other state laws and federal rules and laws might have an impact on how these procedures and policies happen to be in place, since we just don't make it up as we go along. Where do you go for that?
Senator Lee, Mr. Chairman, that's one of the things the new state auditor has done is we've lost our performance audit division. We lost the audit manager through legislative action, and then the other auditors in that division, except for one, have moved on. So our division is gone. So what the state auditor does now is say, if you do call for an audit of the Child Protective Services or something, we're going to tap the team that audits the Department of Human Services, the people who know the Department of Human Services, and then they're going to be the ones auditing it. And I talk about this later, so this will cut short later by my later presentation, but we look for criteria. And a lot of times it may be the agency's policies. If they say that they want to review every daycare center once every 6 months, it's easy for auditors to go in there and say, okay, show us that you reviewed every daycare every 6 months. So that's our criteria. You've stated that this is your goal. Are you achieving it or not? So that's one way to do it. But that's really what this state auditor is doing, is he's trying to say, if you pick something at Game and Fish, we've got some people who specialize in Game and Fish. They know the programs, they know the PLOTS program because they're interested in it, and they're at Game and Fish all the time, and they know the programs. So if we're going to have a performance audit at Game and Fish, he's going to take the most knowledgeable people at Game and Fish and assign them to that performance audit. And then that's where we've also provided the training that Representative Nathy talked about to our auditors. And actually, we've been doing these performance audits since 2019. So all of our auditors know performance auditing. There are times when we might need a specialist if we can't afford one, and it's very rare that we've hired a specialist, but the standards require us, if we don't have the expertise, we back off or modify the objectives. But currently we do have a medical expert on staff that's helping us. She was actually hired away from the Department of Human Services, and the reason for that was she did work for provider audit, and we wanted more ability for financial audits mainly to be able to get into the expenses for medical expenses and be able to evaluate it, because that's one area I can't look at. And the federal regs allow you to use their people to do it, but we're not always that comfortable having themselves audit themselves. So we do have an auditor now. She happens to have an associate degree in accounting, so she can help with other things, but she's really working on that area, so we deal with it that way.
Senator Lee, continue.
Will you have any change in what you plan to do now that there will be a Medicaid fraud unit? Because one would assume that otherwise we're going to be having duplicative efforts between you and that Medicaid fraud unit.
Senator Lee, member of the committee, Chairman Klein, we've been recommending for years that they do that. And really it is a federal requirement that they have it, and for a while they had a waiver, and that waiver got old, and we kept having the recommendation because we wanted that. It may change a little bit of our audit focus now, but we weren't reperforming, we weren't being in the place of that medical fraud unit. We were just auditing what we needed to as from a financial perspective. So why it may change the risk so that we can focus in on other areas, but we weren't performing that function really for that.
Right, Representative Kepling?
Well, I just, Mr. Chairman and Ron, one of the things you brought up and it brought back some memories, and I guess it was Representative Schmidt on the Water Commission. We had 1 year, this committee did request, but we had to find the money to do it. See, that's what, when you get these, that's what I'm kind of confused about, and it does come down to dollars and cents. I was just kind of confused about how, would you handle that, because even like on a piece of legislation that required a performance, I'm guessing there'd be an appropriation, there'd have to be some money involved in that to move forward with it. And even in this committee, I'm assuming that if there was a vote taken to do a performance audit, there'd have to be some money appropriated or find some money to fund this. And that's where, that's where this got, over the years, that's what we've had, because I know, I'm trying to remember what year it was, I think 13 or maybe it was 11, 12, somewhere in there. There was on the permitting process of the Water Commission on permits, and we had to find money to do an audit. And see, that's what I'm trying to. I guess that's where I'm getting confused on, these performances and how because they are expensive. It takes a lot more time than a fiscal audit. And how's that playing forward when it's becoming a broader conversation than
Representative Kepinich and members of the committee, Senator Klein, I'm glad you reminded me about the focus of that, because I could not think of what that was. And that falls under 541001 subsection 4. If we hire a consultant, the agency has to pay for it. And but first, before we impose that on them, we have to come to the Legislative Audit Fiscal Review Committee. You approve hiring a consultant, and I think a budget. And I believe we oversaw the performance audit, but that was the case where we did not have the expertise to the engineer, the water hydrologist, to do the audit, and that's why we needed the consultants, and then that's where the cost of that. But as the state auditor stated, those performance audits, when Jason or Rich or our performance auditors are working on that money has already been appropriated to us, and it comes out of our appropriation. And that's back when you were more active in requesting performance audits. There got to be a long line where it'd be 2 years before we could get to the audit, because we only had so many resources to do performance audits. Just to be clear then, the biennial audits that we do are performance audits, but that's under a separate section. And that section says you will bill for the cost of the audit to non-general funds. So that's where we do charge for those, but that's a separate issue, but we do charge for those performance audits. So it is a little bit different there.
So,
Okay,
Chairman,
can we,
That's, well, Mr. Chairman, so that's built into your budget for what you're assuming, or what your past history is showing. Stuff like that.
Unless there's a consultant to hire.
Yeah, unless there's anything special.
all right, Representative Schmidt has a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My last thought with respect to that, if those performance audits are kind of impromptu and the agency doesn't know they're coming forward and they don't know if they're going to pay for a consultant, and you have to bring in a consultant, which I respect the idea that you would do that. But how does the agency, are they expected then to figure out how to pay for it? What if it's not in their budget? I don't know how much a consultant costs. But if it's $30,000, $40,000, depending upon how long your performance audits are, and some of them are 18 to 24 months, I'm told. And I can imagine that that consultant fee can be quite expensive. And if it's not in their budget, and if they don't know this ahead of time, in order to put it into their budget, are you expecting them just to figure out how to do it?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's a very valid point, and that's why the legislation piece in there for going before you to ask for a consultant is so important. That gives the agency a chance to say, hey, it's not in our budget, and there are people here that can attest to whether we think you can come up with $10,000, $20,000. But honestly, there are some consultants that are going to be $100,000. So it doesn't take very much because they're charging $250, $300 an hour, and that adds up in a hurry. So that's why that process is there, and it's important. But we have not done a lot with consultants, just what we had picked. When we needed to, we did, but normally we try to set the objectives so that we can do the audit.
Okay,
So
I sense we may be moving toward you asking for a certain amount of money so that Representative Schmidt can have his audit done. So, anyway, Ron, continue, we need to move along.
The federal single audit, that is under the same section as the biennial audits. It is a big audit. It's done every 2 years. We're one of the few, or there might be 2 states that do a biennial state single audit. It's basically it's legal to do that, and the feds don't push it. Every once in a while we hear from them, but fortunately we can do it biennially. It's much more efficient for us to do it that way. When we contract out audits to private firms, the Bank of North Dakota Job Service, WSI doesn't have federal funds, but when they have federal funds, then that audit includes their federal funds. So our single audit does not include other agencies' programs that are contracted out. And there's a list of those we'll be talking about later. The other performance audits we've already visited, subsection 4, and then section 30. The auditing standards that we follow, we do follow the highest standards available, which are the Yellow Book standards, government auditing standards. It's called GAS or GAGAS for General Accepted Auditing Standards, and commonly referred to as Yellow Book. So most of the time when you talk to auditors, they'll talk about the Yellow Book. The other standards that are really important to us are General Accepted Auditing Standards, and yes, the acronym for that is pronounced GAS too. So those are issued by the AICPA. The government auditing standards, this slide is a little messed up, but the single audit requires you to follow the Yellow Book, the government auditing standards. So for the single audit, obviously you have to follow that. By policy, the state auditor states that all financial audits will be Yellow Book audits. And basically a big part of that is the transparency. It's a more visible audit. When there are internal control problems, when there's compliance problems, they're included in the report. And they're just the best standards available to follow.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Kepner.
Mr. Chairman, Ron, when you say yellow, are you talking with the government accounting state, the GASB type rules, or is that a different conversation? Or is that
Representative Kempnich, members of the committee, the GASB is like FASB, Financial Accounting Standards Board. Their sister organization is Government Accounting Standards Board. They write accounting standards. The GAO writes the government auditing standards, and that's for auditors to follow. And the ASCPA then also writes auditing standards, and we follow those as part of a Yellow Book audit. So Yellow Book is government auditing standards. They're written by they're issued by the Comptroller General of the United States, and he's also over the Government Accountability Office of GAO. And if you, to auditors, the GAO is like the FBI is to law enforcement. They are the experts. They're just, so their standards are what we follow because they're the best standards available. And that's basically why we follow them also for performance audits. Although subsection 4, you require us in legislation that we follow the Yellow Book. But by policy, then the state auditor says all performance audits, all other audits. He basically says all our audits are going to follow the Yellow Book. And that's holding ourselves to a very high standard. As part of a Yellow Book performance audit, we have to have sound criteria. And in every one of our performance audit reports, you'll see the criteria that we use. What yardstick did we measure performance with? What did we, if we said something was wrong, what did we base that on? We based it on the criteria. So the criteria is clearly stated in the reports. And also, we have to have sufficient appropriate evidence. And the nice thing about auditors, we're very clear about what we did and what we've done and what we've done. So in our reports also, you will see what evidence we relied on for that. So if you want to judge the validity of one of our audits, take a look at the criteria that we use, take a look at the evidence that we use, and that's how you say that, hey, wait a minute, I don't agree with this criteria because it's not measuring what we wanted you to measure or whatever. And so to me, that's that transparency. Auditors preach that they want transparency. That's how we give you transparency. In our reports, we're telling you what we're basing our findings on.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Kevin.
Mr. Chairman and Ron, and this goes back to the, at the end of the day, I think it's everybody, we want to find a solution to the issues you bring up, and stuff on it. And that's where part of the recommendations come into play. And I think that's probably more of this committee's role is follow up on the recommendations and how to get to the point of where it's operating right and stuff on it. And I guess that's probably was, one of the focuses that I look at is, it's not so much of finding we need to find out the issue, there's no doubt about it, but it's how to come up with the solution. And that's what I like to see. It's not your job, I know, to do that. It's ours to kind of find a solution, but we need to have some guidelines too. And
I think that fits in with what the current state auditor is trying to achieve. He keeps telling us that, what agency is going to say that they don't want to improve? If we can show them where something needs improvement, are they going to really argue against that improvement? And if you look at the Highway Patrol audit and the recommendations that we made to them, it's hard for them, that they stood up and said, hey, we agree, we're going to fix this problem. And that's a partnership that we want with the agencies too. The last thing the state auditor wants is necessarily to make people look bad. That's not our goal. It's to find ways to improve government. And I think we share that goal. We don't want to beat people up. We just want better government, more efficient and effective government. Here I talk about the findings that we have to do. In accordance with the standards, we have very little latitude on what we report. We have to report significant deficiencies. We have to report material weaknesses, and then also material fraud or noncompliance of financial statements audits, and then hopefully material abuse, if there is any, that we'll report that to, of course. But we all hope that there's not a lot of abuse out there in the state agencies. Same thing with the performance audits then, and I talked a little bit about the appropriate evidence and such, so we've talked about some of this. The findings are similar. We have internal control findings. We can have non-compliance findings. But as with performance audits, everything is by the objective. So if the internal control weakness is significant to the objective, if non-compliance is significant to the objective, we have to report it. So conclusions are very important, and that's where you're going to see us. Our objectives are normally stated as questions. That's a best practice. So our conclusions are to answer that question. So that's what you'll see in our reports is, here's our objective, here's our response to that, and following that is if there were problems, what evidence did we have to say that there were problems, and the criteria. So that is all spelled out for you there. This is, if the new members especially, pages 3 through 9 have the audit communications, and if you want to know about what we do, it's important for you to read those pages, and please do so. And on page 3, I think it is, there is my contact information. If you need to talk to me, I'll be happy. You can stop up and visit me anytime. I'll make time for you. So but call or email me. We talked about the audits performed by IPAs. Appendix B to that report lists all the audits that we contract out or that are done under other conditions. The North Dakota Development Fund arranges for their own audits in accordance to the Century Code and such things like that. So those audits are included in Appendix B, but most of those are contracted out by our office. Some of it's because we lack the expertise. We're not going to have a banking expert on staff to do one audit of the Bank of North Dakota, when we can hire a firm that does many bank audits. We're not going to have an actuary on staff year-round to help with the PERS or TFFR audit when those are the only 2 audits that we do, so that we contract those out. If we don't have the expertise, we contract them out. But more common, it's a lack of resources where we just don't have the auditors to audit all of the entities that need to be audited. Occupational Professional Boards has unique audit provisions, and those are included in Appendix C. Auditor recommendations. Most recommendations are followed up in the next audit. If it's not a regular scheduled audit like performance audits, we normally try to follow up on those in 18 to 24 months. Audits the state auditor. This was covered in the memo, so I'll go over it quickly. Legislative management hires the financial auditor of the state auditor. Once every biennium, they come in and audit us. The legislature also appropriates funds once every 3 years in accordance with the Yellow Book or government auditing standards to have a peer review done of our office. That peer review will be done in the first half of next year. It's due, the 3rd year is up. The peer reviews are done by the National State Auditors Association. I've participated on quite a few of them, and it's a lengthy process. We take it very seriously. Auditors, I don't know what the attitude is. I guess it's, if we have to follow standards, we're going to make sure you're following the standards. You're not going to give us a black eye. It's a very extensive, time-consuming process. So 6 audit manager level people come to North Dakota to do our performance audit. And then normally we also have the federal government in there. The Inspector General come in also to look at the single audit. And you'll see from page 12, I guess, of our report, I think it's Appendix 1, that we did receive a rating of pass. That is the highest rating that you can get. It's the same rating system used by the private sector: pass, pass with deficiencies, or fail. And ever since I've been here and I've worked on these peer reviews, we've received a clean peer review.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ron, you kind of answered my question, but the pass, that was in, they came out in 17 with the pass? That was
Yes.
Was 17 the last year, or was 16 or?
17.
17, okay.
Okay. With that, any other questions for Ron? Any other questions? Seeing none, we're going to quickly then move into
Thank
the
you.
next agenda item. We're going to have a performance audit of special funds.
Chairman Klein, members of the committee, again, my name is Josh Gallion, I'm the state auditor. We are going to make this presentation extremely fast. The special funds audit, there were two primary objectives. The first objective for selected special funds or general fund resources being used to supplant special fund resources, and the second one are selected special funds, fund balance levels justifiable. There was one compliance finding in this report. The client did agree with that recommendation. With that, I would conclude my presentation and open it up for any questions.
Any questions? I know I haven't gotten to the meat of the electrical board, but there was some discussion, I know during the session, that their hands had been tied on how they can spend some of the money, and I think we made some adjustments to that. Just so the committee knows, I think there was an understanding that they had a lot of revenue, but weren't using it to entice the public to go into the electrical business, and they were wondering how they could do that. But, any questions? Senator Judy Lee.
It seems like a bit of a teaser to say we only had one finding and not tell us what it is with 22 pages and try to give me a 30-second review of that.
Chairman Klein, members of the committee, that compliance finding was with the electrical board, and what we found is that they had a fund balance of about $10.6 million, which was a lot more than their average operating costs. I believe in the report, what it says is that equates to about 31 months in reserve, and what they are supposed to be doing is billing the cost of providing those services. So clearly over a time period, they billed a cost, but that cost far exceeded what their actual costs were. So that was the compliance finding.
All right. Any other, Representative Kempany?
Well, you brought it, most of it, and it's more, that was last year though, wasn't it? I mean, or is this the current? I mean, what's the time of the audit, I guess, because we had legislation. I just wanted to clarify where was that. And I see you do have there is the Senate Bill 2056, so you do address that in the response. So I just was
Chairman Klein, members of the committee, yes, some of these audits were done nearly a year ago. So we'll do our best to answer questions today.
yeah.
But again, since the last meeting of this committee was back in October, some of these will be older audits.
No, that's all right.
And
I
already
Any other questions on either one of these? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what is it that requires them to hold a lower fund balance?
Chairman Klein, Representative Johnson. What we've also found was there's no state law, there's no fiscal policy on order of spending, there's really no policy on reserve levels across the board. Some entities have those limits set, but not everybody. So based on the law with this compliance finding, they are supposed to bill costs. If you were billing costs, I think the auditor judgment, the professional judgment is you should not have that large of a reserve if you were billing costs.
Okay. Representative Judy.
How much of this is public funding, and how much of this is paid in by the people who are licensed, for example, like the cosmetologists or whoever else?
Klein, separately, that information would all be provided in the appendix. We have all of that data.
Give me my point is, this isn't all taxpayer money, and if the cosmetologist, I'm not trying to pick on them, I'm just picking one that we're not talking about.
No,
They're not auditing if they're not paying attention to what their own board is doing and they don't have a plan for an educational program or whatever, is it up to me, if I'm a licensee in a board, to make sure that my board is being responsible? That's part of the question.
And that would be a good part of the question, because that's my understanding. You're charged as an electrician for a follow-up for an inspection, and you pay for that.
Right.
And of course, then you pass it on to the customer probably.
Mr. Chairman, all we're trying to do is provide that level of information so that people can ask those types of questions. It is not the auditor's office to make that determination. We clearly are just providing that so that people in the cosmetology industry can maybe ask.
Okay, anything else,
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted on the electric, because I'm gonna defend it surprised me we did have this at our last LAFRC. This did get touched on, the large amount, and during this session, and that's what this is supposed to do, is we gotta find a solution to the issue, and there was issues with the exponential growth in basically building in the state, so and so that this did get away from them, and we did during the session address how to handle some of this. So, that's what I'm referring to earlier, was you not only find the problems, but you gotta come up with a solution to the problems, and that's what happened.
Representative Hutchinson has a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What would you say a reasonable percentage of surplus would be for an agency? Here in your, it showed the Department of Tourism had funds for 30 years. That seemed a little excessive. So what would be reasonable that we would have an expectation once you get to that point, something needs to be done?
Chairman Klein, members of the committee, that's a good question as to what that reserve level should be. It's our position, it's not the auditor's office to make that determination. There are some industry standards that we included in the report. When we completed this report, I knew these much better. I'd have to go back through and refresh my memory on exactly what that is, but there are some industry averages you can apply. We did include that information.
And I think that's where we're going here. You bring the information to us, we look at it, we have it in a hard copy, and we as a legislature need to address, if we think there's a concern there, we need to take a look at it if it's something we should be doing. Sometimes they fall outside of what we need to do, but electrical board generally comes to us for all their fees and costs, and so we're part of that. So whether or not whatever we've done, but I guess, thank you for the information. If there's any other questions, because we have,
Real question, I know we're tight for time, I just want to speak real quick in regards to Representative Halstead's comment about tourism fund. That was taken care of in the session, and that money was expended, so it's not still sitting in there.
all right, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sir, are the 10.6 year-end balance, is that comprised, what is the composition of that fund? Are you saying part of it is regarding the cost of inspection, or is it all cost of inspection?
Chairman Klein, Representative Johnson, as far as I understand, that is their ending fund balance. That is cash on hand.
Right, but the compliance finding was that they were charging more for cost of inspection than the cost. That was a finding. So I'm asking, is the 10.6 million just that, or is there other components of that fund?
Of their revenue?
Yeah, the 10.6 million for the year, which equates to 31 months in reserves based on average monthly expenditures. And the compliance finding was that they were charging more for inspections than the cost of the inspection. So I'm trying to determine the relationship between the ending fund balance, and that compliance finding. And perhaps I'm missing something that you can explain to me.
So as we look at this compliance finding, they have billed a higher rate than their costs.
Right.
We do provide a graph here in the report. I don't know if it should be available online, but you can see how that fund balance has grown considerably. So this isn't something that's happened in the last year. This is something that they have been billing excess of their costs for a long period of time. That is how we got to the 10.6 million.
And that is the totality of that fund, Mr. Chairman, Josh, that's the totality of that fund. The 10.6 million is all the compliance finding. It is all and only the excess costs that they were charging. That's it.
Chairman, Representative Johnson, I'm not sure if they have any other funding sources.
They would have
Special
licensing fees that all goes in there for every apprentice, master, your yearly license fee, all goes into that pot, I believe.
Mr. Chairman, let's shed a little more light on this. What happened, and in last fall, and if you're new to this, and maybe the senator can explain it too, because he was a prime sponsor on one of the bills. But it was the increase. It wasn't that they increased the amounts they were charging. It's just there was a volume increase over the years, and they were trying to maintain a balance. You know, they were maintaining a reserve amount. There was no doubt about that to their expenditures, but it got away from them, and then there was some laws in place, some federal laws and stuff in place, and some other things that kind of prevented them from going in different directions. So there's a combination of things that went on. But yeah, it's a large, because that's one of the things that does become concerning, like on this board, when you have that kind of, you know, it does become a control issue on who can spend that money, because at the electric board, I think truthfully, there's one requirement on a signature on a check and stuff on it too, and that was, you know, you can get into a lot of details on these, especially these boards like this, that when you see these large amounts, but they did come in and address it, so I am gonna defend, you know, I'm not gonna defend how we got there, but they are trying to address it.
All right, do we have anything else? Okay, we're gonna have comments from anyone, and if we don't have any comments from the interested parties, I'm gonna ask Senator Kanianen just to address, since you probably pay fees and collect fees or have them imposed on you, I would ask if you have a comment as a interested person.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the only revenues that I know that the board has is the annual licensing fees. I mean, I pay $50 a year. And then it's the wiring certificate fees. Any job, there's certain criteria as far as when a job, but most jobs require a wiring certificate to be filed with the board by the master electrician. And so then those fees are based on percentages, $25 minimum, and on up based on the job cost. And so then, of course, what happens is then during the peak of the boom, those percentages, of course, haven't changed. And all of a sudden, they're getting in massive wire certificate fees from all these industrial projects, and primarily Western North Dakota, but across the state. And the number of inspectors that they had went up a little bit, but certainly not comparable to the job costs. And so then, say sometimes the cost of a job isn't necessarily reflective of the number of hours an inspector needs to be there to inspect it. And so their fees went up dramatically, and without their costs going up nearly as dramatically.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to move on then to the 9:30 audit of the North Dakota University System's open educational resources.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for having me here today. For the record, my name is Craig Hashbart. I'm an audit manager for the Office of the State Auditor. And first report I'll present to you today is our performance audit of open educational resources at North Dakota University System. This one really emphasized a couple of things. It originated with an element of the North Dakota University System strategic plan back in fall of 2014 to expand the use of open educational resources. And for the benefit of the committee, open educational resources are textbooks that have certain license attributes other than a copyright that make them adaptable, shareable, and essentially end up being available to students at little or no cost to the student. In the 2015 legislative session, the legislature appropriated $110,000 in funding to the university system, specifically to help the university system carry out its strategic plan regarding adoption of open educational resources. So, in
early 2018 and beginning in 2018, and then we looked at the time frame from when this strategic plan was adopted in 2014, fall of 2014, through when it was through the end of the 2017 semester, to see what was the impact of that initiative, this strategic initiative, and how was the funding used by the North Dakota University system. And we found that, by the way, the university system entirely did this on a incentive basis and on a voluntary basis. And so some of the institutions fully embraced it, some didn't, but overall, the students of attending North Dakota institutions saved, based on our analysis, somewhere between $1.1 and $2.4 million in the course of just a couple of years of adopting open educational resources. So, and almost 15,000 students were benefited during that period. So, and there's on the report highlights page, which you have available, you can see there's a really strong upward trend beginning in the spring 2016, primarily the fall 2016 semester, that really shows that when that strategic plan was able to take shape. And then the other two elements of the report we looked at were, what are the good and the bad, pros and cons of open educational resources. If they were all good, if they were a magic pill of some sort, then nobody would be paying for any textbooks. So obviously there were some downsides, and we explored those and we reported on those. And then we also looked at what are some of the incentives that help bring about such a dramatic increase in the adoption of open educational resources, and what are some of the barriers. And we ended up issuing 9 recommendations, really pointing at taking advantage of and exploiting those incentives, as well as eliminating barriers wherever possible to continue on a voluntary basis. Hopefully to continue that upward trajectory of implementing open educational resources where it was a good fit for the institutions, for the faculty, and for the students. Management agreed with all of our recommendations. Overall, it was a very positive audit. We appreciate the cooperation of university system staff and all the institution staff. So I'm open up to any questions.
Any questions? Any questions here? Seeing, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have an estimate at all as far as percentage have gone to electronic media versus hard copy for students and universities?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lanning, I really couldn't tell you. I can tell you that in the course of the work we did with this particular engagement, we did look at the options available to students, and almost every textbook, for the purposes of our analysis, we looked at 10 course sections across the 11 institutions, so a total of 110 different courses. And almost every single course had some sort of an electronic version of a textbook available, but I can't think of a single instance where there was only an electronic version. It was by preference. They could either choose one or the other. Typically, the electronic version was a little more cost effective, but other than that, I couldn't tell you the percentages on that.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else, anyone here from the university system that would like to comment on Greg's comments?
Good morning. For the committee's record, my name is Lisa Johnson. I serve as the Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs for the North Dakota University System. Taking my cues from you, I won't respond to each of the 9 recommendations other than to say that we do concur and agree with those recommendations. The additional points I make is that this is very important to the students, and we meet with them throughout the academic year on a monthly basis. It's almost like a standing agenda item for them. And it's important to them that we now make those courses identifiable, so when they're selecting courses, in addition to maybe selecting the instructor, time in which it's offered, our latest software updates now enable us to tag or identify open educational resources. So students, if that's important to them, they could be selecting courses based on the availability of an open educational resource as well. And in my tenure, I've been in an interim role, at least for the last year. In the last year, we just recently distributed $135,000 to the 11, made that available to the 11 institutions, and distributed the $135,000. It can't go directly to the student organization, but we make the students aware that their institutions have received those funds, so they might partner with them, because awareness and outreach is a big piece, and the students can help with that. Lastly, what I think is sort of notable is the North Dakota University System Core Technology Services applied for $15,000 and $135,000 to work with the libraries at the University of North Dakota and North Dakota State University to have a repository, so there's a place for the North Dakota colleges and universities to put textbooks that they develop and to pull down or retrieve textbooks that are available, and maybe looking at partnering with existing OER libraries like in Minnesota, Open Textbook Network, to make those accessible in North Dakota colleges and universities. That concludes my comments, and thank you for your time.
Any question, Representative Nathan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to OERs, and I've always supported OERs, but how much of a pushback have you had from the student bookstores? And I only bring that up because I had a professor here in town tell me that their bookstore was putting pressure on professors not to go down the OER road, that they're pushing for the book. Obviously they lose sales if everybody gets an OER, resource. I mean, what's the landscape amongst higher ed, and have you seen a lot of that happen?
Representative Nathy, members of the committee, and this is anecdotal in visiting, I think the pushback initially was stronger than it is now. I think it's become sort of a realization. This is our reality. OER is what students are asking for. It's more commonplace at the institutions and growing, and it really, really helps to have the librarians, the college librarians pushing for this, because that, the bookstore kind of understands that additional pressure. So I think that probably what I heard the same sentiments when this first rolled out, less so, and I understand too that there's federal requirements now about being more transparent about textbook costs at the time of selecting courses, and so that sort of aided this endeavor in being transparent up front, not necessarily learning the cost of your textbooks shortly before the start of classes. And I'm a student at NDSU, I see that. I can see that I can order my textbooks online through NDSU, through Amazon. That's all presented to me, and I can select whether I want a brand new one in shrink wrap, or if I want to purchase them on used textbooks. So that's made available to students. I know that.
Okay, any other questions for Lisa? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, committee, we're looking at our 10th. We're going to take a short break. We're a little bit ahead, and the chairman needs a break. And but we'd like to, we'll be back for the. If we could be back by 10:05, let's do 10:05. It gets us 10.
Not as deep a dive as we would do with an actual audit, but enough where we can stand before you and say, yes, these are implemented, or no, these weren't implemented. So with respect to the 13 recommendations in the purchasing card program, 12 of those we considered to be fully implemented, and one of them we considered to be partially implemented. And within our follow-up report, we identified that it appeared that management made a good faith effort to implement that one that was partially implemented to the extent feasible. It felt that it was not cost effective to 100% implement it. We didn't have any concerns about that. We don't feel any further follow-up on our part is necessary, and management didn't feel the need to add any comments either. So that's all I've got for that report.
Great. You want to just quickly explain, probably to some of us, what the P-Card program did or does?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, sure. So in the basis for our audit, we looked at the use of purchasing cards across the North Dakota University system, and purchasing cards are issued through JP Morgan Chase, both through OMB for all the state agencies, and then through the state board, or the system office for the North Dakota University system. And purchasing cards are encouraged to be used, and there's training programs in place, and there's policies in place. And we just looked at how they were being used and implemented, and what the policies were at the 11 institutions and at the system level. And our recommendations focused on improving the internal controls and the approval processes over the purchasing cards, as well as more effectively and more fully utilizing the purchasing cards, because the information that we were able to identify, which we had in our original audit report, showed that the using purchasing cards are more efficient than going through traditional procurement processes for small dollar purchases, of course. And basically it was eliminating restrictions on the use of cards, using them more effectively, more freely.
We're trying to save money.
attempting to save money, and also there's a rebate that gets kicked back to the institutions, or to the university system, and ultimately to the institutions when the card is used. So it would ultimately, thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. It is, we did identify some potential savings, and
That's what I understand, save money.
Yep.
That's what.
maybe I should have started with that and ended with that. Thank you.
That's always saving some money.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a question, Representative App.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hashberger, how many cards does the university system use? How many of these P cards are out?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Adams, honestly, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. It's possible that Ms. Dillon from the university system could give an approximation, but honestly, I couldn't tell you. I mean, whether it's, I would expect it to be tens of thousands. I mean,
continue.
Thank you.
Maybe
Sure.
thousands.
Is this, could every university employee eventually get a card to purchase things, or is this restricted to just certain parts of the system? Like the janitor who needs screws or whatever, that type of thing, down to the clerk who answers the phone in the education building?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Adams, theoretically, anybody at any level who needs to make some sort of purchase could have one. The issue that we identified was generally not so much with too many cards being out there. It was maybe at some of the individual institutions, they're being a little bit more restrictive than they would have had to be. Like, it was just a handful of people that had cards, whereas they could have divided up and had a responsible person, say at the department level, that could have had it, and they weren't going down to that level. It was maybe a couple of people in the accounting functions that were having a card. So that was one of the areas that, in being a little bit more open and dispersing them, again, within, and we didn't say exactly how much of whom it should be dispersed. It was more like, consider how you can change your policy or adopt policies that would encourage greater use that, again, while having adequate safeguards and controls at the same time. But because the more widely used they were, found, the more efficient it was, and again, saving money.
And we'll have the university system comment to who gets the cards, or, okay, they're shaking their head backwards, so we got a better handle on that. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hashberger, you indicated just now that this is the promulgation and adoption of policy and procedure. Now, I assume this is the tip of the iceberg, and that compliance with their own policy and procedure will be subject of a future performance audit.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Johnson, it could be. I know that also the internal audit function and the compliance function, particularly the internal audit, they're also looking at the utilization of P cards and following policies. So, as with any performance audit, we would do our own risk assessment, evaluate whether it was necessary or appropriate to go back to the well and look at that. We certainly are also contemplating how we may do more effective follow-up procedures, not necessarily in the form of another audit, but perhaps looking at, okay, they adopt these policies, what has been the financial impact of having done so. I think there'd be valuable information there without necessarily doing that deep audit, but just more of an analysis and saying, hey, we made these recommendations, they were implemented, did they have a desired effect? That isn't in the works at this point, but I think it's something we would be willing to consider.
Representative Kepling has a question.
Mr. Chairman, it's just on that recommendation 1-4 on the reviewer. They say further development of reviewer training is cost prohibitive. That's, I'm assuming, reading that statement, that was that somebody to approve so somebody could get the P card. I mean, I was trying, how do you get a bunch of cost into thinking somebody can handle it, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kempnick, that particular recommendation was, when we did the audit, we were looking at the people reviewing the purchasing card transactions, make sure those were proper within policy and all that. We identified there was various levels of knowledge or within those people that are doing that review. So we just recommended as part of the, there's a training module in place for P card holders saying this is what you can, this is what you can't do. We suggested they would look at adopting a brief training module or some sort of training module for the people doing the reviewing, kind of at the next level. And they explored doing that. They just felt it wasn't necessary
enough
appropriate to
people
do that.
involved, basically. Mr. Chairman, and on these P cards, do they got different limits of what they can purchase, and stuff? I mean, that's what you think that, okay, you brought up an example of, okay, somebody a little lower on the food chain, but they need to purchase, the local stuff, go buy a ream of paper. So I'm just using an example, and then you got somebody higher up that could go, responsible for buying a $50,000 copier. Is there different levels of using all of this?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Kemenick, yes, absolutely. And that they have each entity has a purchasing card administrator, and they can set the limits. So if there's a custodian that would have a legitimate need, it would be most cost efficient for that individual to have a purchasing card to go to the hardware store and pick up a couple of screws or cleaning supplies. Yeah, they can set it at $50 if they needed to.
And it's better tracking, because then you got an electronic purchase receipt basically and stuff. You don't have to somebody turn in a receipt. So I understand. I like the program. I just was trying to figure out the nuances of why people don't use it, and we got into that conversation a year or so ago. But I just was kind of trying to figure out where we were at. So okay.
Okay, any other questions on this issue from Craig? And then I'm going to ask Tammy to come up and talk about just briefly who gets the cards. I know I haven't gotten one yet, so go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Klein. There are some training requirements that we require you to go through before you can get a card, so we can certainly set that up
It
for
take
you
time,
if you
but
want.
that's where it's cost prohibitive.
Right, there's that.
I get it.
There's that. Just to answer a few of the questions, for the record, I'm Tammy Dolan. I'm the Vice Chair of Administrative Affairs for the University System Office. As far as the number of cards that are out there, that was a question that was asked. I honestly don't know the number of that. I would say, we've got 10,000 employees roughly. I really would hate to estimate it, but it would not be all of them, because there is a lot of training that is required before a P card is issued. They have to go through not only how to use the P card, and there's reporting requirements with that as well, but if they are procuring items of any kind, there's procurement training. We follow very closely with the OMB procurement training. So depending on the limits that are established, which there's a daily limit, there's a total card limit that they have to follow. There are varying limits that can be set up. You can have cards set up so the only things that can be charged on them are travel expenses. So you can be very limiting in the types of transactions that can be processed. But every single person that has a card has to take training, and the level of training depends on the types of purchases and their financial limits. And quite honestly, we've got people who would prefer not to have a travel card because it does require some additional work each month. They have to track receipts, they have to bring those in, they have to reconcile their reports. So not everyone's going to have one because it doesn't align with their duties. It doesn't align with maybe the training that they've had, and some just maybe don't want to have one. So they don't go out to everybody, mainly only those who have some level of procurement, except for in that travel case. If we have people that travel frequently, we will give them that training and give them a card, because it does help us in a number of ways if they use that card. Number one is we don't have to process so many checks. So if they're charging things on their P card, we process one payment each month with all of those transactions, whether it's a purchase of a $50,000 copier or travel expenses. We process that once instead of having to issue multiple checks. That's where real savings for us comes in, is on the processing end. It also helps us with internal controls because of the way the card system is set up through JP Morgan in the state, where we can set those controls on what the card can actually be used for. You talked about future audits. I mean, this relates to procurement. P card is used for overall procurement purposes. So every time a transaction is audited, which it does happen, you know, in financial audits and in the operational audits and performance audits, those transactions are audited as part of the every audit that's conducted.
Representative Kempenik's got a question, and I'll jump in there.
Mr. Chairman and Tammy, see, that's what I was trying to figure out, you know, because you're still requiring a paper trail with these P cards. I mean, I was thinking, you know, that's, I know, like, if we got kind of a limit of $5,000, you know, and so I could see that would take a little larger step, but like on travel and stuff like that, you know, see, that's what I was kind of curious about, how, and it gets into this training issue and stuff. So how, you know, how do you manage it, I guess, outside of receipts? And so, you know, you're still getting into receipts and individual documents kind of stuff.
Chairman Klein and Representative Kempenik and committee members, just general accounting procedures and internal controls require that we have documentation of our expenditures. So we will always require some level of a receipt. We've lately been able to move those to an electronic format, so we don't maybe have to maintain the paper, they're scanned in. Well, that's fairly recent, and we're implementing that across the system, but we have to have receipts. We require receipts wherever the state requires them, we will require them as well, because it's just proper internal
Well,
controls.
no, I'm not, I was just trying to figure, because that's where a lot of documentation gets lost. You know, I mean, especially if you're traveling. And, you know, and now you can take, I got a tiny scanner, you know, you take a picture of your receipt and you're done with it and stuff, but I just was kind of curious of, you know, I was thinking more of, you're sitting in your office and you need to, you know, and you still need, even though you're approved on this, you still have to produce it. Okay.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
You had a couple of other things that you wanted to cover, Tom?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think I've addressed the questions, and if I haven't, you can tell me.
All right, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, all right. Greg, are you gonna pick up on the parking and transportation thing?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, yes, the next follow-up that we completed on February 27th of this year was a follow-up to our parking audit of our follow-up to the performance audit of NDSU parking and transportation services. And that one, it was a fairly small scope audit, small scale audit. We just looked at, basically compared the parking transportation services policies and procedures and structure to some best practices of a parking organization to which NDSU is a member. And so we, as a result of that audit, we ended up issuing 8 recommendations, and as of the date of our report, all 8 of them have been implemented. No issues, and appreciated the hard work on the part of NDSU, the Parking Transportation Services, and the other individuals in implementing those.
Okay.
That's all I got for that.
It was my understanding this took a lot of effort on their part to comply. We're not going back soon and looking at this again shortly as.
Gosh, no.
All right, Senator Judy Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hatchmarker. What does it cost the auditor's department per hour to do an audit like this one on the parking lot?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Lee, I'd have to look that up to get precise numbers and get back to you on that.
Well, if I might follow up.
Go ahead.
I was curious because I think that it's just such a ridiculous thing to audit a parking lot. So I asked NDSU to provide me with information about how many hours it had taken them to respond. And I have a detailed list of individuals and departments and how much time. It's 587 hours that were spent by NDSU staff people to put together the information for the audit on an area of blacktop. I just have a real problem with that. So I just think it's important for the people in the room to know 587 hours in order to do a performance audit on a blacktop parking lot. Seems a little less than cost effective.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Lee, I appreciate your comments, and obviously I know these concerns were raised when we issued the original report. And all I can say to that is, I began with this division in November of 2015. We're one heck of a lot smarter than we were back then. If I had the opportunity to go back and do that over again, would I? Heavens no. I mean, we're
Very glad to hear that, thank you.
We're the idea was, we've got brand new team, brand new staff. We're gonna try something new to stretch out our comfort zone at NDSU. There's no travel costs involved on our end. Let's look at some best practices and yeah, again, could I go back in time and undo that one and do something else with my time? 100%, and NDSU's time as well. Because yeah, I recognize it's a huge time investment on our part, on the part of the taxpayers in terms of supporting our agency as well as the institution. So yeah, I would never do an audit like that again, because we found, and we're getting very, very much more, in my humble opinion, sophisticated in identifying high risk and high value subject matter that's really going to make it worth the time and effort on everybody's part.
I know, Craig, you're trying to get an applause from the committee. It's getting close for me, but Senator J. Lee, continue.
I can just follow up, and I appreciate you saying that, because my concern has been that it seems to me as if there used to be people who were really good at performance auditing, and that budget's pretty much gone. If we move the higher ed auditors into the auditors department, which seems like a good idea, but it doesn't sound like the higher ed auditors are only dealing with higher ed. And frankly, I don't consider parking lots to be part of higher education. So, and you know what, you gotta pay for the training of your own people. NDSU had to pay for 587 hours worth of their staff time in order to train auditors. I got a big problem with that. It's not your personal problem. I appreciate your being candid about the way this evolved, but yeah, I think it's a bizarre example, and I appreciate the fact we're not going to see it anymore.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Lee, no, I understand what you're saying, and just to be clear, I didn't feel that at the time, I didn't feel that the only value was in training. I did feel that there was some potential benefit in helping, encouraging the office to, the Park and Transportation Services office to get to that next standard, which the best practices issued by the entity. But yeah, I mean, again, could I go back and, if I could go back and undo that one, sure, I would. And I hope, we've had an opportunity to present a significant number of audits since that time, and I would hope that, at least from my perspective, I feel that those audits have been much more high impact and high value.
Okay, any other questions for Craig? Seeing none, okay, great, thank you. Any comments from anyone on that issues? All right, we will move then on to if we could move on to the 1105, the performance audit of the Dakota College of Botano's emergency preparedness. Who's got that? All right, come on down.
Everybody's getting tired. Mr.
We
Chairman,
are, but that's the way it works around here.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, again, this is the audit of the performance audit of the emergency preparedness at Dakota College of Botano. Those of you who are continuing to serve on the committee from the previous interim session would be familiar with these reports, this subject matter. We did perform an audit, virtually a performance audit of this topic with some adjustments depending on the nature of the risks at the entity, but we did look at this for every single institution across the system. So, and Botano just happened to be the last one that we got to. So we looked at our report, essentially emphasized the best practices issued by a collaboration of federal agencies, saying what does the process for and the actual emergency operations plan, what does a high quality emergency operations plan look like at an institution of higher education. So that's what we use for our primary criteria. And also state board policy had some elements that were embodied in policy regarding the development and implementation of emergency operations plans. And throughout the engagement, Dakota College of Botano was very typical of all the other entities too, where we did identify some opportunities to develop and improve the processes for developing emergency operations plans and continuity of operations plans as well. We issued 8 recommendations. Dakota College of Botano agreed with our findings and recommendations, and as you can see within their response to our findings, they did indicating in a lot of cases, they already begun implementing some of our recommendations before the report was issued. So, again, we appreciated working with Dakota College of Bodno. Thought it was appreciate their cooperation and thought it was a good audit.
Okay. Any more questions? Any questions in that for Craig? Seeing none. All right. Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it be inappropriate to address something that was just in our last subject here?
All right. Well, let's see. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I don't understand why you'd apologize for doing an audit on a parking lot. In the corporate world, that happens all the time. So if we're going to expect government to get in the private sector, it's going to happen here as well. So I fully don't understand why you would apologize in 100 years, why you would do an audit like that. It happened when I was in the oil field, corporate audit from Texas to Denver all the time. So I would say do more audits, and good for you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Simons, I do appreciate those comments, and yeah, our mandate under state law is not simply to look at the academic side or one particular aspect of higher education. We're doing performance audits in the North Dakota University system, and I expect more and more as we identify more risks, we will get into some of those ancillary areas that aren't necessarily specifically academically focused or not specifically financially focused. So I do appreciate your comments. That will come up in the future.
Okay, we will then, are there any comments from any representatives of the Dakota College to speak to this issue?
Good morning, Chair, Senator Klein, members of the committee. My name is Jerry Migler. I'm the campus dean at Dakota College of Bodno. As noted in the auditor's report, Dakota College of Bodno agrees with all of the recommendations presented. The major concern identified in the auditor's report was that even though DCB has a campus emergency procedures guide, the guide does not meet the standards of the emergency operations plan. Consequently, the college's emergency management team is in the process of completely redeveloping its existing guide into a formal emergency management plan that meets the requirements of the State Board of Higher Education and the U.S. Department of Education. Prior to beginning this work, all members of the DCB emergency management team, along with other DCB staff members, attended a one-day seminar on October 30th of 2018 on developing emergency operations plan. The training was conducted by a team from the U.S. Department of Education, Readiness and Emergency Management for Schools Technical Assistance Center, that's a mouthful, the REMS-TA. The team conducted this training on site at the DCB campus. We were fortunate to pair that with similar training for Bodno schools the day before. So we had the experts come in and walk us through the whole process. And based on that, we're moving forward, developing the emergency operations plan. About 3 of the 8 recommendations are complete. 4 of those will be complete by the end of 2019. And the last one on the continuity of operations will be completed in calendar year 2020. We would bump that up earlier, but we're also going through our 10-year accreditation. And that's kind of an all-hands-on-deck operation, and so we didn't want to get overcommit. So that's the report from Dakota College of Bodno.
Okay. Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming down. All right, committee. Are we ready for the performance audit of North Dakota State College of Science Division of Workforce Affairs? Who's going to take it? It's 11:25. Are we ready for that? You see the college is here, and then I wasn't going to proceed unless thought they'd be here.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, again, my name is Josh Gallion. I am the State Auditor of North Dakota, presenting the performance audit report of the North Dakota State College of Science Division of Workforce Affairs. This audit had 3 objectives. The first objective is NDSCS Career for Workforce Academy spending authorized and appropriate. In that objective, we have 5 recommendations. We determined that the responsible official to respond was the University of the Board of Higher Ed, who deferred that to the Chancellor. The Chancellor's response agreed with all of the findings. That is located in the back of the report. Objectives 2 and 3 is Train ND Southeast accomplishing its applicable goals and objectives, and is Train ND Southeast reporting financial and non-financial data accurately. Within those objectives, there were 8 recommendations, and again, the Chancellor's responses are included in the report. The Chancellor agreed with all of those recommendations. This was a very thorough audit, and as you can tell from Craig's team, they do a lot of work, and Craig had a lot of performance audits. Again, this is another audit under the University System Performance Division. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would answer any questions the committee has.
All right, any questions as it relates to this? Senator J. Lee?
Chairman, Mr. Gallion, did you ask the same questions of the State Board of Higher Education office that were later expected answers were expected from the college itself?
The exact same question? Yeah. We asked for correspondence. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, when we were looking into the contract with Flint Communications, we asked for any and all correspondence. That email follow-up to a phone conversation is included in the appendix of this report. Earlier in the audit process, we asked for documentation on the procurement, correspondence for the procurement. We did receive emails from a potential consultant in Minnesota. We thought it odd that we did not get any correspondence, and as you can see from the report, they claimed that there were no emails, everything was done from phone. So we went to the system office and we gave them a keyword search on the individuals involved, and that is how we located those emails.
Continue.
But my understanding, because I talked to some Board of Higher Education members about how this all went, is that the request was made at the Board of Higher Education, but the questions were not directed to the State College of Science. And when that information was requested of them, they asked to be able to talk to the directors of various departments to see if they could get the details on some of those areas, and they were denied access to those staff members who might have been able to provide additional detail. Why would you, it's the auditor's office, as I understand it, who denied them the ability to contact members of various offices at the college in order to determine what some of the detailed information was. So I'd like to know a little bit more about it from your perspective.
Sure. Senator Lee, you'll have to give me a little more background as to what exactly are you referring to, the information requests?
Email requests, my understanding is, and as I said, I talked to the Board of Higher Education about this, and I requested some of the information which I have electronically. So your initial request your initial notification went to the Board of Higher Education office, correct? Your initial
information request?
Your initial audit announcement. Pick a word for the letter.
The report?
No, your announcement that you were going to be doing this audit went to the Board of Higher Education office, correct?
Right, they are the client.
I get that. But that information was not transmitted initially to, if I understand this correctly, to the college administration. So information that you say they didn't provide, they were never asked to provide in the first place. The request didn't get, whether it's your fault or the board's office, I'm not quite sure.
So So you're talking about the engagement letter, the
Yeah.
initiation of the audit.
Right, went to the Board of Higher Education
Right,
office,
we
I
would have
did
sent
that.
it to everybody, right? Everybody would have been informed, from the university system, the Board of Higher Ed, and the institution.
But you would not allow the institution to ask for detailed information from any of the other professionals who are on the staff of the State College of Science in order to provide details, and that was an audit department decision.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Lee, we don't have that authority to restrict them during the audit process to compile information. Any information that was deemed confidential would have been when the report was substantially completed and a confidential draft was handed to them. That is the only point in any of this audit process I'm aware of that when we presented it to the audit committee on the Board of Higher Ed, that it was only that select group that could not discuss outside of that entity. The audit, the data collection process, I got Craig here.
Well, I
Did
think we have
restrict
a
anybody?
communications issue here more than anything, because not everybody understands this to be the same, and I am not casting any aspersions on anybody except to say that there is a misunderstanding about who was able to answer the questions and where the authority came from to forbid or not.
Yeah, I'm not following.
Mr. Chairman, may I? Mr. Chairman, Senator Lee, from what I'm hearing, and again, I may be misunderstanding, so the engagement letter was sent out, our engagement letter was sent to the State Board of Higher Education Audit Committee, and it was copied to the Chancellor, and I'm sure Dr. Richmond and others within the college and the university system. That's basically our notification saying we're launching this audit. Then, I think what you're referring to, Senator, with respect to restricting access, or is when we issued our draft report, as Auditor Gallion said, when we issued our draft audit report, when it was substantially complete, and we were requesting responses from management to our findings, we did restrict that to specific individuals, as is, it's confidential, and as is at Auditor Gallion's discretion. It's to his discretion to whom that draft may be distributed, and at that point, yes, it was only distributed to certain selected individuals to provide responses, but at that point, the audit itself was substantially complete.
May I continue?
Continue.
So what would be the logic of obstructing the ability to get additional information to create a response from any person, any entity who you
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the response was requested at the audit committee of the Board of Higher Ed. They asked the Chancellor. The Chancellor was not restricted in any way to obtain information to provide a response.
That's not what I just heard Craig say.
The Chancellor was a member of the group, and we worked with the audit subcommittee to determine who that group had access to that confidential information. The Chancellor could seek out information. Now, he could go get information, but he could not share that report. That is a confidential report, and under state law, sharing a confidential report is bad. It's against the law. It's a Class C felony.
That's unattractive. But I understand that, but it seems to me that it's really appropriate that there be an opportunity for additional information for an accurate response to be made. And incidentally, I think that it would be also appropriate in all of these audits, the entire response, because we've had this before, the entire response for an audited entity be included, if not in the responses as we go through the audit, but also in an appendix at the end, because we have not had a full response from a lot of audited entities. They're not just budget and auditors. But I think that there's a communications breakdown here somewhere, because I just heard Craig say that there had been a restriction there. And I think that there must be some way that if you find that there's not a way to get the information you need in order to have an adequate response, there should be some legal way in order to facilitate that. And if we don't currently have it, then there ought to be a recommendation that there be legislation that enables those kinds of contacts to be made, so that a comprehensive and complete response can be made.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Lee, in the report is the exact letter that we received from the Chancellor in its entirety. This is a complete response. So it is in the report for everybody's review. We did not edit, we did not remove. This is in the report.
But the response from State College of Science, if you had one, I think, and this is a generic comment, I think there should be, if an entity, I'm thinking back to the veterans home here, that there was no, the full complete report of the people who were audited was not included in the audit, even in an appendix at the end if it was long. I know that you don't necessarily do things the way any of your predecessors did, but I think one of the things that was done that was often useful, because I've been on this committee for a while, was that if the responses of an audited entity were fairly lengthy, that the whole report would be included at the end of the audit as an appendix. And then just those few sentences that we usually see as far as a response to a particular point would be in the audit itself. Because we're not getting the full communication if we don't see all of the information that's coming from any audited person or entity.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Lee, in this report, we included the full response. We've included emails in their entirety. We have produced more information in this report than we have typically in past reports. Everything that we have in the report, most of it to support the objectives, is right here in front of you. You can read it yourself.
Representative Kaepernick has a question.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and when I was questioning, like the chancellor, could the chancellor, you know, if you can't share the report, but they can go out for specific questions without violating the law to get so they're knowledgeable about it. I mean, there's nothing restricting them to do that, you know, because if the chancellor was part of the report, he could have went out without sharing the report, but with specific questions, he could have found the specific answers, couldn't he, without violating anything?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kaepernick, correct. Nothing restricted the chancellor from seeking information.
Yeah.
The restriction is on sharing the confidential draft of the report.
See, yeah, I think we probably need a training program for how to handle these. You know, I think that's because this is
state law.
Mr. Chairman, and I got into it with Ron a little. This is a change. I mean, this is something that has changed. I mean, it hasn't changed per se. It's changed on how it's being, you know, requested. I think is what you know. While I think it is on the past, they've been required to do it, but you're getting into more detail into where I don't know if they know how to respond to it. You know, I mean, some of these agencies, maybe all agencies, I don't know.
Our protocols, Mr. Chairman, Representative Kaepernick, on how we manage the confidential drafts have not changed.
No, I'm not saying I'm saying the agencies though of how it's getting more detailed, that these canned responses that some of these agencies in the past have given is not going to suffice to get through this. You know, I mean, they're going to have to put a little more work into them and because and that was one thing, Mr. Chairman, have they started implementing some of these? Because in this right now, all they say is they agree, we won't know for a while yet.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kaepernick, anything on the implementation of any of these recommendations, I would refer you to the institution or the chancellor.
But I just wanted to get to the point that there's nothing restricting them from getting information, it's just a sure. Okay.
All right, and we could probably dig into this a little more as we have comments from folks in the audience. So any other questions? And Auditor Gallion, this is, you completed your discussion on this, you laid it out. Are there any questions in case we may need to bring you back if there's another question?
I'll be here.
All right, with that then, we are going to then look for a representative of the State College of Science regarding the performance audit and comments. Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, my name is John Richmond, and I've had the privilege for the last 13 plus years to serve as the president of North Dakota State College of Science. Good morning. We, on behalf of our students, employees, and almost 200 business partners, we appreciate the opportunity to provide you with some very brief remarks here pertaining to this. NDSCS culture is built on continuous improvement principles. NDSCS values all feedback we receive from our various stakeholders that we seek information and feedback from, such as students, employees, alumni, business partners, surveys that we surveyed several different groups, all of our accrediting agencies that come to our campus, as well as audit reports. All feedback is thoroughly and thoughtfully assessed and statistically analyzed when appropriate. This practice helps us to identify learning opportunities that guide that guide our planning to ensure that NDSCS remains progressive and a forward-thinking college. As for this audit, we want to assure the Lappercy Committee that we assess this performance audit as thoroughly and as thoughtfully as we do all feedback that we receive. That assessment developed an action plan. That action plan was approved by the State Board of Higher Education with additional reporting to the Chancellor and reporting back to the State Board of Higher Education on our progress of that action plan. We have provided you that action plan in the materials that were sent to you. This one is entitled June 2019 NDSCS Action Plan in response to the NDSCS State Auditor's Office Performance Audit. I'll provide brief remarks on 3 of those recommendations. As far as recommendation 1-1, there was no policy violation, as the employee in question did not recommend the chosen vendor, nor was the employee involved in the selection of that vendor. The employee was fulfilling their job duties as a courier of information. As far as recommendation 1-2, we did not obstruct or mislead the Office of the State Auditor. We were never asked to provide emails. We were not provided selected search terms or parameters to conduct an email search. The Office of the State Auditor asked us 2 subjective questions and then asked a very objective question of the North Dakota University System IT department. Therefore, 2 different questions resulted in 2 different answers. Recommendation 1-4. In June 2017, the State Board of Higher Education granted NDSCS the authority to fundraise for a career workforce academy with one stipulation: do not request state funding for a capital project pertaining to a career workforce academy. Since that time, we have utilized the appropriate resources to conduct the fundraising campaign. As for many of the other recommendations, as you will see in our action plan, we agree and have plans in place to address them. In closing, NDSCS is utilizing the audit report as a means to improve. We are thoroughly and thoughtfully implementing plans that address many of the Office of the State Auditor's recommendations. Recently, 3 national organizations independently identified NDSCS as a 2-year college performing in the top 2% of all 2-year colleges across the country. That is a tribute to all of our wonderful, dedicated, and talented employees at NDSCS. Thank you. I stand for questions.
Great. Any questions for Dr. Rich? Representative Nathy has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Richmond, the recommendations that, I'm just curious, recommendations that you do not agree with, what are you doing with those right now? Kind of implementing them, not doing them, kind of what's the status?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the question. I'll refer you back to our action plan that we provided to you, but very briefly, this is what I can tell you. As far as recommendation 1-1, we have revised our business interest form. It was somewhat confusing to employees. We've clarified that. We've addressed the form to make it more clear as to exactly what we're looking for. 2, in that area, we have added additional responsibilities to one of our
the employees in our procurement office. She's been assigned the task to track the business interest and conflict of interest forms more thoroughly. And we do that now, instead of once a year, we're doing that now twice a year. The third thing that we're doing in that area is we have always had mandatory training, and a portion of that has always been about conflict of interest. We're pulling that segment out of the overall training and making it its own specific training item and enhancing the training there that will be conducted by all employees on campus. As far as recommendation 1-2, obstructing or misleading, we realized that we needed to improve the questions that we were asking back to our accrediting agencies and the auditors coming in. We needed to ask better clarifying questions of exactly what information they were looking for. So we established a communication plan that audits that come to our campus will start at the vice president or president level, and a communication plan is then laid out to how they can delegate, what they can do, what questions they need to ask during that time frame. Just looking at my notes. As far as recommendation 1-3, we do not have an action plan. We don't see a way to address that one, nor recommendation 1-4. And recommendation 1-5 is really addressed to the State Board of Higher Education and or the University System Office. The others, the other 7, we agree with, and we are implementing plans to address. In full transparency, NDSCS is one of 4 campuses that operate a train-in-D division, and we can't unilaterally change a statewide network. We need to work with our other 3 entities. There are plans and schedules to do that in the course of the first semester. We're optimistic that we can complete our action plan by December of 2019.
Okay, any Senator Clemens?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Richmond, looking under recommendation 1-2, you stated that there was no detailed request for records to your institution. Did you receive any requests from the university system for records?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, just to be clear, my response today indicated we did not receive a specific request for emails. We did receive 2 requests for documentation of the selection of the vendor chosen. We could not provide any documentation because the selection process was done in a verbal telephone conversation with myself and the owner of the company. We were not asked by the system office or the State Board of Higher Education for any information during this audit process. The requests that we received came strictly from the auditor's office.
Okay.
Continue.
So, I'm just trying to get a clear picture of this. So, in relation to the audit, you didn't receive requests from anyone?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the request we received during the audit process came from the auditor's office.
Okay, but then could you, explain where you say the auditor never submitted a detailed request for records?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm not clear on your question. I refer you back to our response, our supplemental response, and our action plan as to what we were asked for and what we provided.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm looking under recommendation 1-2 on your report, on your letter. And in the last paragraph, it says, first and perhaps most importantly, the auditor never submitted a detailed request for records to NDSCS. So I guess I just want an explanation what you're referring to there, saying that the auditor never submitted a request. And a little bit earlier you said the only request you had was from the auditor.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I think it's a interpretation or a definition of terms. We, the college, never received a specific written request for emails. We received written requests, and I think I can paraphrase the two questions in question. Provide any documents pertaining to the procurement of the company. That was the questions that we responded to.
Okay. So
And if I could follow up, the detailedness of the question that went to the university system IT office was very, very specific. It's a very objective question. Provide emails between names of employees, the company, the owner of the company. There were very specific terms laid out to the request of information from the IT department of the university system, where our interpretation of the two questions that came to us were very subjective and open for interpretation. We interpreted that as documents that pertain to the selection of the company. And again, that selection process was done over the phone with myself and the owner of the company.
Mr. Chair, yeah, just
one more.
Okay, in closing, I guess I would, and you probably did, I'm not saying you didn't, but to follow with your motto of continuous improvement, I would assume that you did everything possible to cover that request, whatever it was for, to make sure that all bases were covered.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, certainly. We made every attempt to interpret the question and respond to the question as thoroughly as we could. Follow-up, going back to our action plan, we now understand, having gone through this process, we now understand that better clarifying questions from us as to what you're asking for could help alleviate the miscommunications that appears to have happened in this process. And that's what we've implemented in our action plan.
Okay, as Dr. Richmond, with any audit, and this one certainly has been around a little while, you probably answered all these questions in front of another of other groups. Not only are you learning and you've got a plan, but I'm guessing other institutions will take note of these questions and the things that may or may not be being done properly at their institution. So I think we all get that. It's just the way it is, and we're just trying to get to figure out how all this transpired, but now we also want to know what the plan is, and I think we've heard it, and we need to move forward and make sure we're abiding by the rules and getting things done. So any other questions? That was more of a comment. Any other questions? All right, we are running a bit ahead, aren't we? That's bad.
Thank you very much.
Hang on, we'll stand at recess for a couple minutes here.
Oh, can I provide a little context to some of these comments?
Okay, let me just keep working there.
Always working.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready now.
Mr. Chairman, again, my name is Josh Gallion. I'm the state auditor. I just want to clarify some of the requests. We did send, and you'll see from these attachments, and they are hard to read, but we did ask for correspondence, any and all correspondence. And if you look at emails 1, 2, and 3, they outline that, and I'm just going to go right to email 3. Let's see here. Because I feel that the auditors were very thorough in their requests. And as you see right there in the blue, a response from Mr. Gladden says, "You've documented our phone conversation correctly." In that conversation, Mr. Hashberger sent a follow-up email to clarify the request. Bullet 2 says there was no email correspondence regarding the proposal of procurement of services for this Flint Group contract. We made that request not only in the previous 2 emails in writing for correspondence, but we followed it up with a phone conversation and an email that followed up that conversation that Mr. Gladden confirmed. We have been very thorough in our requests. The reason that the request to the university system was for keyword searches is because if we asked for correspondence for a contract with Flint Communications, they probably wouldn't have any idea what we're talking about. So we gave them a keyword that matched up with the request that we had already made to NDSCS. They said no email correspondence existed. The emails that we received from NDSU or NDUS says otherwise. All of this is documented within the report. The audit team did thorough work, and we have made it available for everybody to read, and I would encourage you to read through those.
Okay, thank you. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, kind of along the lines that I asked President Richmond. If they don't follow the recommendations, what's the next step? I mean, we're the ones that put the hammer down, or you, or what happens?
It's my understanding, Mr. Chairman, Representative, that I think the Board of Higher Ed is the governing body. I believe the legislature also has abilities. But we make the recommendations.
But it would be up to higher ed if they want to punish them or push them along.
I believe that is in there.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions before we, okay, this is how we're gonna roll for this afternoon. Seems to be we're gonna take a lunch break till 12:30. I know some of you who want to watch Days of Our Lives till 1, that isn't gonna work today. But we're at 3 o'clock, auditor team, we are going to do we're gonna do at 12:30, we're gonna do the 3 o'clock. And we're gonna run through those so that by 1, we think we can accomplish that, by the way. And Alan is going to comment right now.
Actually, at 12:30, we would just do the single audit. At 12:30, the first item at the 3 o'clock item, we do the single audit.
Oh, okay.
And then we jump back to the 1 o'clock item after that. If that works for the auditor's office to do the single audit at 12:30.
All right, committee, as you note on the last portion of our agenda, there are audits listed there. If anybody's interested in having any of those selected, I know a lot of folks have been looking at the barbers, and whether or not there's really some sort of hanky-panky going on the barbers. Some of us don't care about barbers anymore. Just saying, a lot of these are groups and commissions, and generally we don't act on much of that, but they're listed here, so that's something else we can maybe take up at 12:30. So with that, we're going to stand and okay, and one more thing Alan was going to mention.
So on those other items that are listed at the bottom, there is a memo that you should have at each of your spots that talks about the finding, if there were findings identified in those other audit reports. So you might want to review that too and determine if you want to pull any of those off for presentation at the next meeting.
Okay, and with that, we'll stand in recess till 12:30.
June 30th, 2018. Can you hear me?
Sorta.
Okay. Let's try to talk a little louder.
Thank you.
Okay. An unmodified clean opinion was given on the state of North Dakota's schedule of expenditures of federal awards. An adverse opinion was issued on the Medicaid program, and that is related to compliance with federal requirements. There were 3 findings that were issued for Medicaid that contribute to this modified opinion. The first is of material noncompliance in finding number 1, that's starting on page D9. And that discusses a lapse in the required federal financial reporting. At the time of the audit, the department had not been doing their federal reporting since the September 2017 quarter. Due to the size of the Medicaid program, individual reporting becomes material pretty quickly. So the reporting for that quarter was $184 million in federal expenditures. Reports for the 3 remaining quarters of the audit period were not filed. Findings 2 and 3 are also material noncompliance that contribute to the adverse opinion for Medicaid. These findings relate to the lack of system edit checks in the eligibility system called SPACES for determining proper eligibility, and then the department's program integrity testing is not performed for all groups of recipients and providers of Medicaid. These findings are material noncompliance based on the impact that there's over 90,000 recipients of Medicaid each year, and the program had $1.6 billion in federal expenditures during the audit period. A qualified opinion was issued on the Children's Health Insurance Program. The circumstances for this opinion come from finding 6, which is also similar to finding 2 for Medicaid. Again, the department systems don't have sufficient edit checks that are going to ensure eligibility determinations are proper. The department's internal testing required by federal regulations did identify a 28% error rate during a 3-month period within the audit.
What, okay, if you brought up, what's the standard as far as error rate? Because that large, what is the standard? You know, what are you kind of basing that on? You know, what should it be?
Right, we're not going by a standard. This is a control finding.
Okay.
So, yeah, so we're saying that the system's controls aren't in place. Okay, the qualified opinion was also issued on the Child Care Development Fund program. Finding 7 explains a 41% error rate in missing records required for health and safety requirements. Those records were the immunization and the statement of health. And finding 8 explains deficiencies in quality control reviews, again, for eligibility determinations. These federal requirements are required to be met before the federal funding can be given out. So total federal expenditures for this program were also significant at $20 million during the audit period. An unqualified opinion was issued on all of the remaining programs as far as compliance. The single audit is a significant audit for the state of North Dakota. The schedule of expenditures of federal awards showed that over $4 billion in federal awards were spent during the 2-year audit period. Many of the programs also include state matching dollars. 18 federal programs or clusters of programs were audited, which covered 63% of the total federal program expenditures. 46 findings were identified that affected 38 individual federal programs, with 23 of the programs being affected by repeat findings. This is an improvement since the last single audit. The last single audit had 74 findings, and since then the Department of Human Services has implemented approximately 30 of their prior findings. 40 of the 46 findings during the current single audit relate to the state's internal controls, and $1.9 million in question costs were identified, with an additional 7 findings having unknown amounts of question cost. This concludes my presentation of the single audit. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions, Representative Adams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, how long do they have to correct these? When do they have to have this audit corrected?
That becomes a management decision, and they're aware of what the findings are, and sometimes it's based on resources and funding for them to be able to implement some of them, but that is a management decision on when and how they implement them.
Continue.
No, my question is, I was looking at some of this and there were duplicate payments made through the Medicaid program. Doesn't your office would recommend that they correct those right away, that they put in plans or whatever? Do you ever go back and re-audit that then?
Yes, so we will follow up on all of the findings that are in the single audit during the next single audit. So that'd be for the 1920 audit period.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Representative Hazelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What are the federal repercussions when they take a look at something like this? Are there financial repercussions to the state of North Dakota because of chaos?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, that is a federal agency decision. They do follow up with the state on recommendations and the status of them and how they'll be implemented, and do give a opinion back to the agencies on the status of those findings, but it is a federal agency decision.
Continue.
Did we have repercussions from the last one? You said this is significantly better than the previous one. Were there repercussions?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm not aware of any, no.
I think and the folks that serve on Human Services would probably get a better handle on that, we've been looking at this Medicaid fraud unit for a long time. We've been doing it internally, and Senator Jay Lee is going to help me with that.
Mr. Chairman, it would be inaccurate to say that there was never any follow-up on that. There has been definitely internal control process in place to manage all of that. Excuse me. But now that there will be a separate Medicaid fraud unit, that will enlarge what can be done. But it has always been reviewed, and if there has been an example of something in which there was an obvious criminal situation, that is always referred to the Attorney General's office. So it hasn't just been allowed to go by.
And the Medicaid fraud unit will still be under the same,
Yes.
do we audit those guys then? Will the Medicaid fraud unit someday get audited? Probably.
Yeah,
Right.
under the, yes,
Because
Attorney General.
I mean, they're gonna make errors just like anybody else. All right. Yep. All right, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Any comments to the statewide single audit from the audience? Seeing none, all right, duty, because they only have one employee probably, and they should have more. I've seen that one a number of times. Is there anything in particular anybody wants to look at? If not, we will just move on. All right, we're gonna just move on. All right, in that case, are we then ready for the 1 o'clock? Okay, Allison.
Okay, the internal control and compliance report on the audit for the comprehensive annual financial report is for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2018. An unmodified clean opinion was given on the state of North Dakota's financial statements. The audit did not identify any non-compliance with laws or regulations. The audit did identify 3 significant deficiencies in internal control that help to ensure that there's proper financial reporting. The first is that all necessary information and adjustments were not identified either in the financial statements or in the supporting documents to be able to calculate the state's investment in capital assets net of related debt. The second relates to note 5 of the financial statements, where $266 million or 67% of the state's special revenue fund balance is shown as being committed for other purposes than a more descriptive purpose. And the last finding relates to the Medicaid eligibility system. It comes from the single audit, which I just mentioned, for its effect on internal controls over the financial statements. That is, again, is on the eligibility system spaces, being able to make proper eligibility determinations. The Office of Management and Budget and the Department of Human Services did agree with the recommendations, and their corrective action is included in the report. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions on that particular portion of the audit? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, anything interesting happened on the way to the Capitol today? I mean, we could just fill some time here. We're checking, are we ready? Okay, so we're ready for the capper. So the capper then, who's going, okay. Come on down.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Crystal Hogarth with the Office of Management and Budget, and I will be presenting the fiscal year 2018 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, also known as the CAFR. You should have a copy of this report in front of you. The CAFR contains several financial statements, including those for the state as a whole and for various fund types. The Management's Discussion and Analysis section of the CAFR on pages 22 through 31 gives a summary of the statements and fund types, and also includes comparative, condensed statements which show the changes in the state's financial position from one fiscal year to the next. These condensed statements have a total column for the state as a whole, a column for governmental activities, which includes the state services supported by governmental funds, such as the general fund and special revenue funds. These statements also have a business type activities column, which includes entities such as university systems and the Bank of North Dakota. Comparative statements of net position and changes in net position are on pages 25 and 26. From these statements, you can see that the state's total net position went from $20.7 billion in 2017 to $22.4 billion in 2018. Net position increased in 2018 by $1.7 billion compared to a net position increase of $1.2 billion in 2017. Business type activities and governmental activities had an increase in net position from the prior year. The governmental increase was due to increased revenues, largely coming from oil, gas, coal, sales and use taxes. These increases were due to a growth in taxable sales and purchases as a result of increasing energy prices worldwide and strong agricultural yields. The business type activities increase was due in large part to WSI having a decrease in claims and strong investment income returns. The university system saw an increase in net position due to increases in tuition, fees, grants, contracts, and endowment and investment income. Pages 27 and 28 have a pie chart showing the largest revenues and expenses for the state's governmental activities, complete with explanations of the changes in net position for both governmental and business type activities. The government-wide financial statements start on page 34. Beginning with the statement of net position and the statement of activities follows on page 36. These statements present the information for the state as a whole. Similar to condensed statements that businesses prepare, certain balances and transactions between state agencies and funds have been eliminated in the government-wide statements. Due to the implementation of GASB 68 in 2015, the statement of net position now has a net pension liability listed at $644 million in 2018. This amount represents the liability for the state's pension plan for all primary government. The state had an increase in net pension liability during the year of $92 million as a result of a reduction in the interest rate assumption from 8% to 7.75%. Because of the change in the interest rate assumption, the plan does not have a crossover date in the future where the plan will become fully funded. As a result, GASB requires the use of a blended rate to discount contributions, forcing the plan to use a discount rate of 6.32%. The significantly lower rate results in a much higher pension liability. Due to the implementation of GASB 75 in 2018, the statement of net position also now has a net OPEB liability listed at $32 million in 2018. The statement of activities on pages 36 and 37 presents the expenses and program revenues for each function of the government. The format of this statement is intended to show which functions are self-supporting and which are reliant on the state's general revenues. For example, Health and Human Service function has expenses of $1.9 billion, which were supported by about $1.2 billion in program revenues. Therefore, the remaining $755 million was financed with the state's general revenues. The bottom of the statement reports the general revenues of the state, most of which are tax revenues. The fund statements begin on page 40. The first set of statements are the governmental funds, which represent the state's major funds. These major funds are the general fund and two special revenue funds, which are the federal fund and the state fund, with a total column for non-major governmental funds. Due to the changes made in 2011 because of GASB 54, there are funds other than the general fund included in the general fund column. All other special revenue funds other than the federal fund have been combined under a state special revenue fund. Fund balance categories include non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned. Some of the larger funds included in the general fund are the Legacy Fund, Tax Relief Fund, Disaster Relief Fund, Budget Stabilization Fund, and Social Service Finance Fund. On page 40, you will see a total fund balance of $6.7 billion for the general fund. Of this balance, $6.2 billion is the unassigned balance, of which $5.7 billion is the Legacy Fund, and the remaining balance of $547 million is what most would consider the general fund. The committed balance of $411.7 million includes $200 million in the Tax Relief Fund, $113.5 million in the Budget Stabilization Fund, $51.4 million in the Social Service Finance Fund, $27.8 million in the Disaster Relief Fund. The State Special Revenue Fund includes more than 250 individual funds with a total fund balance of $7 billion. Some of the larger funds and their fund balances included are $4.6 billion for the Common Schools Trust Fund, $355 million for the Strategic Investment and Improvements Fund, $439 million for the Highway Fund, and $379 million for the Oil Tax Release Trust Fund, and $472 million for the Foundation Aid Stabilization Fund. All of these fund balances are either restricted, assigned, committed categories. The proprietary fund statements begin on page 44 and represent the major enterprise funds, which include the Bank of North Dakota, Housing Finance Agency, University Systems, and Workforce Safety and Insurance. There is also a column for non-major funds. Due to the implementation of GASB 68 and 75, these statements also now show net pension liabilities and net OPEB liabilities. Statements for fiduciary funds, which include all pension funds and component units, follow the proprietary fund statements. The next section of the CAFR includes the notes to the financial statements. There is an index to the notes on pages 56 and 57, which can be used to find specific information. The notes include detailed information such as capital assets, long-term debt, and long-term commitments. Starting on page 148, you can find the budgetary schedules for the General Fund, Federal Fund, and State Special Revenue Fund. After the schedules for each of these funds, there is a budget to GAAP reconciliation, as the financial statements and budget do not have the same accounting basis. Pension and OPEB schedules follow the budgetary schedules, starting on page 155. These schedules were added due to the implementation of GASB 68 and 75. Schedules included are for the state's share of net pension liability and net OPEB liability and contributions for all pension plans, which include PERS, High Patrol Retirement, Job Service, and the Teachers Fund for Retirement. Starting on page 177, you can find the financial statements for the non-major funds by fund type: permanent, debt service, enterprise, internal service, and fiduciary funds. The total for the non-major funds are also in the basic financial statements, which are towards the front of the CAFR. In addition to the CAFR, we prepare a biennium budget and actuals detail report for the fiscal year into 2018. You should have a copy of this report in front of you as well. This report provides a detailed comparison of budget and actual expenditures and appropriations by department for the biennium. At this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, I think everybody's been taking notes, but are there any questions? I know this is always, we cover a lot of ground here very quickly. So in your estimation, everything is, financially looks like we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, and all the issues that are out there are being addressed. This really is what I think we need to know is we're operating financially responsibly and doing it the way we're supposed to.
Yes, we did have a net pension increase for fiscal year 18, so things are
okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Kapanik has a question.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that's one of the things I know we're nationally, that's getting to be an issue. Well, it's been an issue, but we're no different that we've seen an increase. I guess the thing is that there's kind of some proposals at the beginning of the session in December, we didn't implement a lot of it, but what is that costing us? Do you have any future, I mean, I'm sure the investment office if we wanted to, but where, we keep, it's kind of like depreciation. It's more of it's an expense that we haven't realized yet and stuff on it, and we're still, it's getting, where are we at, I guess, on that, I don't, without getting into a lot of detail, or, with seeing it increase, we're getting into trouble.
There was a significant increase from 2017 to 2018. I haven't seen the numbers for 2019 yet.
Well, that's one thing, these kind of highlight, I think that the problem is though, it's just kind of, like I said, it's like depreciation. It's an expense there that we don't have to deal with today, but it is something that I think, this committee isn't going to deal with it, but some of us, if you're in the legislature, are going to deal with it, but it's something that kind of caught my ear when I heard that.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's really more of a comment on Representative Kaepernick's there, because our retirement funds, the state has offsetting trust funds and stuff that we have positive balance, and it doesn't hurt us really much as a state. But in my area, what I'm seeing is with the political subdivisions that belong to our PERS program, they have this huge liability on their audits, and it's affecting their ability to bond. They have to pay more for their bonds. So the local subdivisions are paying for our debt in our retirement accounts today. We don't really see it as a state, but they see it, and it's affecting them and making it more expensive for them to fix their streets and their sewers and other things. So just wanted to get that in. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Seeing nothing else, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna be on then the 125, if I'm not mistaken, the internal control and compliance report, the annual financial report for the university system. Welcome back.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Allison Bader, for the record. I'll be presenting the internal control and compliance report for the university system financial statements, which is for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2018. An unmodified opinion or clean opinion was issued on the financial statements for the business type activities of the primary institution. A qualified opinion was issued on the aggregate discretely presented component unit statements. The basis for that opinion is because the Dickinson State University Foundation is not included as a component unit within the statements. They were in the process of being dissolved, but that process was not finalized as of the audit period. So we could not remove them as a component unit from the university system. In addition, the finding in the report includes that some operating agreements between higher ed and the foundations either didn't exist or were outdated, and the audits of the foundations were not being completed timely. The university system agreed with the recommendations and they include their corrective action. This concludes my presentation of the audit. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Allison on this particular subject? Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, when you were talking about Dickinson, they were reorganizing, is that correct?
I believe so.
Is that what it was?
I believe it was just a final legal finalization that needed to happen, and that wasn't done as of the end of the audit period. So that's why they couldn't be taken out of the statements. They still had to be reported as a component unit, but their financial activity is not in the statement. So that's the basis for the opinion.
Was there a particular reason they were?
I believe it was just legal, legal issues with it.
Thank you.
Great, any other questions for Allison? Seeing none, thank you. All right, next we have a representative of the University System Office of the Annual Financial Report. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Klein and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Robin Putnam, and I'm the Director of Financial Reporting for the university system. There is a link on your agenda to our financial statements. The June 30th, 2018 annual financial report includes the 11 public colleges and universities, the system office, and our core technology services, also known as CTS. It also includes 10 foundations that we are required by the Government Accounting Standard Board to include as component units in our financial statements due to their size and significance. However, it is important to note that the campuses do not own these foundations funds. The MD&A is located on pages 5 through 15, and that provides an overview of the system's financial activities and other information. In the interest of time, I'd like to highlight a few of them here today. On page...
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but did you say there was a link? Because I don't see it.
Yes, there was a link on the agenda.
I'm looking at the agenda. Am I just on the wrong line?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the link is actually under the 125 item.
Or just keep going from there, because I want that.
Okay.
I believe there's 2 links under that 125, and it's the second link.
It's the second link, the annual financial.
Sorry.
On page 7, there's a condensed statement of net position, and it shows total assets were approximately $2 billion, which is an increase of $62 million from fiscal year 17. This increase is mostly attributed to an increase of $39.4 million in restricted investments at NDSU. And these investments represent unspent portion of revenue bonds that were issued in July 2017 for new construction. Our deferred outflows also increased by $45.2 million, or 125%. And that is a result of a change in actuarial assumptions that were used by the actuaries to determine our pension liability. And the remaining increase is due to the implementation of GASB 75, which is other post-employment retirement benefits, and that was a new standard that we were required to implement in fiscal year 18. Total liabilities of $630 million increased approximately $86 million, and that is mostly due to an increase in bonds payable at NDSU of $74.5 million and at Mayville State of $2.8 million. And it's partially offset by decreases in accounts payable and accrued payroll that occurred as a result of budget reductions. Pages 8 and 9 contain a table detailing the sources of revenue for fiscal year 18 and 17. You will see that tuitions and fees increased by 2% to $334 million, and this accounts for 28% of total revenue compared to 26% in fiscal year 17. State appropriations of $363 million decreased $34 million and accounted for 30% of total revenues. GASB requires that we report state appropriations as non-operating revenue, even though these monies are used for operating purposes. It's just a GASB requirement that we have to follow. Capital grants and gifts, $4.8 million, decreased by $27.3 million compared to fiscal year 17. In fiscal year 17, this included gifts for the Sanford Health Athletic Complex at NDSU and the engineering complex at UND. So 17 was maybe unusually high compared to other years. Page 10 outlines operating and non-operating expenses by line item for fiscal year 18 and 17. Salaries and wages decreased $32.2 million due to budget reductions. Our operating expenses of $253 million increased $14.6 million in fiscal year 18. And this is mainly due to an increase in our EPSCoR grants and an increase in the EERC subcontract activity at UND as a result of increased federal grants and contracts revenue received there. This increase in operating expense is partially offset by system-wide cuts made to because of budget reductions. Page 11 contains a chart of operating expenses by category. And you will note there that salary and wages are the largest expense category at 65%. In the second chart on that page, instructional expenses at 31% was the largest functional expenditure category. Page 12 contains cash flow information. Net cash flows for fiscal year 18 were $20.7 million. Our operating cash flows were a negative $371 million. However, cash flows from state appropriations are required to be included in non-capital financing activities by GASB. So if this cash were added to the cash flows from operating activities, we would have had a operating cash outflow of $10.1 million. Pages 13 and 14 provides a summary of capital asset and long-term debt activity. We added $46.8 million in capital assets and renovations, and there are significant additions are listed on page 13. There's also additional detail on our fixed assets in footnote 5, which is on page 41. $98.3 million in new debt was issued, and $51.6 million of debt was retired during the fiscal year. More detail on the long-term debt is included in the footnotes on pages 42 through 46, and the detailed listing of our outstanding bonds is listed on pages 86 and 87. The various required financial statements for the system and the component units are on pages 16 through 24. The notes to the financial statements begin on page 25, and these provide additional disclosures for significant items in the financial statements. The supplementary information begins on page 72. Page 72 contains actuarial information required by GASB for pension and OPEB accounting. 76 through 83 includes the detailed financial statements for each of our institutions, the system office, and CTS. CTS is included in the system office column. Pages 84 and 85 contain the financial statements for the 3 non-major or smaller component units. And then following these statements is a schedule of bonds payable for each campus and financial information for revenue producing buildings by campus on pages 86 and 89. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, that concludes my presentation, and I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Any questions for Robin? Representative Nelson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was kind of wondering, under the operating expenses by function, there's 10% that's institutional support. Is that other institutions that are, really kind of outside the educational system here that somehow are money's flowing through to support them, or what is institutional support?
Institutional, Mr. Chairman and Representative Nelson, institutional support would include the administrative costs of each campus. It would be for administrative salaries and expenses. So it's not direct instructional expense, teaching in the classroom. It would be what would be considered maybe overhead in the private industry.
Okay, then there's academic support. What is that?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Nelson, academic support would be the administrative costs for the departments that are directly involved in instruction. So, for example, perhaps maybe the dean's office, where they're not directly teaching in the classroom, but they have administrative responsibilities that are directly related to the instruction function.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, Rob? Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, we are now at the 150, and the Brady Martz folks are here. Yes, they are. And we're going to open with the Housing Incentive Fund. Those are here. at your desk, so if anybody, there's a hard copy here, folks, so if you can follow along. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Pat Brown from Brady Marks and Associates, and I'll be going over the first three of the audit reports that we did perform. The first one is the Housing Incentive Fund, and if you turn to pages 1 and 2, that is our opinion on the financial statements. Page 2 is the opinion. You'll notice that it is a clean opinion, an unmodified opinion, basically saying that based upon our audit and our opinion, the financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. The pages 3 through 11 is the management discussion analysis, the financial statements, and the notes to the financial statements. I'll turn to page 12 and 13, which is our next report that we do provide. And that's a report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance for any audit that's performed in accordance with government auditing standards. You'll notice on the bottom of page 12, the last paragraph, as far as internal control, we do state that during our audit, we did not identify any deficiencies in internal control that we determined to be material weaknesses. On page 13, as far as compliance, we do state that the results of our tests disclose no instances of non-compliance or other matters that are required to be reported under government auditing standards. The last report or letter we do give is the letter on pages, or the second next one is the comments requested by this committee on pages 14 and 15. And if you read through them, you'll notice that they're all positive as far as the responses, so there's no issues that need to be brought to the attention of the committee at this time. And then the last letter is the letter that's required by our professional standards regarding significant audit findings, adjustments, or any other items. All responses are positive for this letter also. So again, no items that need for further consideration. Are there any questions concerning the Housing Incentive Fund?
Any questions in the Housing Incentive Fund? Seeing none, thank God. Moving on then to the Housing Finance Agency, is that?
Okay.
Wherever you're at.
Yep, that'll be good. Housing Finance Agency. Again, on pages 1 through 3 is our independent auditor's report. If you do read through it, especially the opinion on page 2, again, it is an unmodified, a clean opinion on the financial statements. Again, saying that the financial statements present fairly the financial position of the agency. One item you'll notice in the emphasis of matters, the section right below the opinion, the second paragraph, we do state that the Housing Finance Agency did implement the new GASB 75 requirements in regards to OPEB this year, so there is an adjustment for that. The next report is our pages 4 through 72 are similar to the other one as far as the management discussion analysis, the financial statements footnotes, and also the supplementary information as far as the required supplementary information regarding the pensions and so forth. The next opinion we do give is on page 73. Again, this is the report over financial reporting as far as internal control and compliance. Internal control on page 73, we do state that we did not identify any deficiencies that we consider to be material weaknesses. And as far as compliance, the results of our test disclose no instances of non-compliance or other matters that are required to be reported. We also provide an opinion on pages 75 and 76 as far as the agency's compliance for the major federal programs and their internal control over the compliance. For the housing finance, their major programs were the mortgage insurance and the housing trust fund programs under HUD. On page 76, the top of page 76, we do give our opinion on the compliance. And we do state in our opinion, the agency complied in all material respects with the types of compliance requirements for each of those programs. And as far as the internal control, towards the bottom of page 76, we do state that we did not identify any deficiencies in internal control over compliance that we consider to be material weaknesses. Pages 78 and 79 and 80 are the comments requested by this committee. Again, if you read through them, they are all positive with no issues that need to be brought to the attention of the committee at this time. And again, the final letters on pages 81 through 83 is the one required by professional standards regarding significant audit findings, adjustments, and so forth. And again, all positive comments there, no issues that need for further review. Are there any questions concerning the Housing Finance Agency?
Are there any questions, committee, anywhere? See, we can put that one aside.
Okay.
Got the job service?
The job service audit, if you look at that one, on pages A through AAA is our independent auditor's opinion. Page AA has our opinion, again, an unmodified, clean opinion. We also have in this one, under the emphasis of matters, the disclosure that job service did also adopt GASB number 75 in regards to the retiree health credit, the OPEB, that's now being required to be recorded. Pages 1 through 71 is the management's discussion and analysis, the financial statements, footnotes, and required supplementary information. Pages 72 is our first report, our report on internal control and compliance required by government auditing standards audits. On the bottom of page 72, as far as internal control over financial reporting, we do state that we did not identify any deficiencies that we consider to be material weaknesses. And as far as compliance on page 73, the results of our test disclose no instances of non-compliance that are required to be reported. Page 74 through 76 is our independent auditor's report on compliance and internal control over the federal programs. And for job service, their major federal programs were the Unemployment Insurance Program and the Workforce Opportunity Act. On the top of page 75, our opinion, we do state that in our opinion, job service complied in all material respects with the compliance requirements for those two major programs. We do have another matter for the compliance that there was one finding, number 2018-01, that's described in a schedule that'll be coming up, which we have to, is required to be disclosed under the GASB requirements or the uniform guidance requirements. As far as internal control on the bottom of page 75, we did not identify any deficiencies that we consider to be material weaknesses. We did have the one that we consider to be a significant deficiency, which again is number 2018-01. And if you flip to page 78, that is where we do disclose that finding, that during our testing of the federal programs, there were errors on two reports, the ETA 581 and the ETA 227 report. On the 581 report, the number of inactivations was understated due to an input error on one of the quarterly reports. And on two quarterly 227 reports, the number of claims investigated was understated due to an error in the template that accumulated the information for that report. Both of these items were just for statistical reporting. They had no effect on the expenditures or federal dollars. Also, as reported on the bottom of page 78 and 79, the agency has implemented additional controls to assist in preventing these errors in the future, subsequent to this audit report. Then the final report we do give on pages 80 through 81 or 82 is the comments requested by this committee. Again, all positive except for disclosure in number 2 and number 3 concerning the one finding that we did have. Are there any questions concerning the job service report?
Any questions, committee? So, Pat, when you mentioned no significant findings of reportable consequence, but there are findings. They're small findings that are less consequence? You want to just kind of,
Sure.
when you say,
As far as no material weakness or
There you
significant
go.
deficiency, material weaknesses are any issues with controls or that a material weakness is one where it is more likely to have an issue because they don't have enough controls in place. A significant deficiency is they do have controls in place, but they may not be working as effectively as they should. And the chances of a mistake happening are less under a significant deficiency than a material weakness.
and those are pointed out to the agencies as you're working through the
Right.
process?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Kepling.
Mr. Chairman, and you go up to the beginning of the report, and you don't get into the function of the agency itself, because their balances, you made some comments about the fund, the trust fund itself and stuff on it. But you really don't get into that. You're more interested in how the function of the fund, just the financial.
Right, we're checking the financial aspects, but we do look at, as far as compliance, are they in compliance with any of the financial requirements that may be placed on them by state law or by the federal grants and that?
Yeah.
So somewhat function, but mostly the financial.
Yeah. Because I see you did make a comment about it, but that was about, that's why I was just
Yep.
curious.
Okay. All right, any other questions on that? Seeing none? All right, thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
All right, next we have the audit on the Department of Trust lands.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Ryan Munson, Brady Marks and Associates, and I'll be covering the June 30th, 2018 audit of the North Dakota Department of Trust lands. Start on pages 1 and 2. This is where we report our independent auditor's report. The auditor's report describes whose responsibility is what, and this is where we give our opinion on the audit. On page 2, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the governmental activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining funded information of the North Dakota Department of Trust lands as of June 30th, 2018 and 17. What that means is a clean opinion, it's an unmodified opinion, that's the best you can have, so no issues were noted. I will point out in the emphasis of matter paragraph, there was a new GASB standard that was adopted this year, GASB 75, and this has to do with reporting post-employment pension benefits. Other post-employment benefits. I will now go to pages 4 through 9. This is the management discussion and analysis. This is a kind of a summary of the financial information. It's supposed to be easier for the reader to understand. I'll just point out a couple highlights. The net position of trust lands at the end of June 30th, 2018 was a little over $5 billion. This is up about $385 million from the prior year, and this is primarily due to gains in royalty revenues and increases in fair value of investments. Pages 10 through 19, these are the financial statements, so the statements of net position, statement of activities, balance sheets. That's all your financial information for this year's audit. Pages 20 through 63, these are the footnotes to the financial statements, so this is where we describe our various accounting policies used, and also gives a little more description on the balance sheet and describes the various funds that make up the entity. Page 72, this is an independent auditor's report on internal control over compliance with government auditing standards. I'm happy to relay that there were no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses noted in our testing of the government auditing standards, so no issues were noted there. Page 74, this is our letter to this committee about any issues or anything noted. They were all positive, unmodified opinion, no prior year audit findings. During our testing, we didn't notice any non-compliance with any laws, rules, regulations, anything like that. Talks about the various estimates, accounting estimates, such as fair value of investments and unclaimed property liability. If there were any significant audit adjustments, which there were none, so no issues were noted there. And then page 77, this is the audit committee letter. This is where we would report if there's any difficulties any difficulties encountered in performing the audit, and then also if this is where we report any corrected or uncorrected misstatements. We have the journal entries listed there. Those are all past journal entries, so that means they're not material, but we just need to point those out. So that's all I have to report. So it's a clean audit and no issues, no.
Any questions for Ryan? Ryan, briefly, just for the benefit of maybe some of the new members, we talked about GASB and GASB 75. Now, why is that significant? Why didn't we do that before? And why is it, it's certainly affecting the financial statements to a degree, or makes them look, can you explain that briefly?
Sure. It's GASB 75 is a new accounting standard that was required to be adopted in fiscal year ending 18. It's similar to GASB 68, which brought in all the retirement liabilities like PERS and TFFR. This just has to do with, it's a lot smaller because it has to do with other post-employment benefits, but it will bring on a large liability. It's basically to report each governmental or state agency, like their proportion of the liability that's brought on. And why it wasn't on there before, that's just because it wasn't required.
Well, and up until not that many years ago, for the first GASB, which has changed financial statements significantly, especially as it relates to these pensions.
Just the different reporting standards, I guess, as they look at things, they want to add more and get to read more information about what's out there.
All right, Representative Kempany.
The thing is, and that's why I was bringing up about pensions earlier, the problem is that we haven't reflected, I don't think any budget, but I know when after we got adapted, 68 got adapted, just about every agency came in, and I know OMB came in with a correction during the session or after a fairly large number, and is that going to have the same effect? Or you said it isn't going to be quite as large, but there'll have to be an adjustment to what agencies set aside or what their salaries or benefits are going to be.
Right, yeah. 68 was a large number because it has to do with the retirement. This is just post-employment benefits. So there was a prior period adjustment to bring that on the books in this fiscal year. But going forward, there won't be that prior period adjustment.
Because it does cost money when they say that. Not that there's no always.
Alrighty, any questions for Ryan? Seeing none, thank you. Moving on to the Retirement Investment Office. Do we have someone here from Clifton Larson, Allen? Yes, we do.
So I'm actually here to present the Retirement Investment Office and North Dakota PERS. So cover both retirement systems in one fell swoop. So I'll start with North Dakota Retirement and Investment Office. My name is Jason Ostrowski. I'm the engagement principal on the audit for North Dakota PERS, and Thomas Ray is the engagement principal on the North Dakota Retirement Investment Office. We both work in our government pension practice, so I'm here representing him for North Dakota RIO, and again, I'm the engagement principal on North Dakota PERS. So we'll start with RIO's financial statement results for June 30, 2018. So if you have the financial statements in front of you, I'm not going to spend too much time on the audit.
It's the binders that the good-looking blue and white and gold.
Yeah,
there's a link.
Just in case you wanted to follow.
So if you want to pull it up and follow, otherwise I'll just kind of walk through the results. So on page 1 is our audit opinion. Happy to report that we issued an unmodified audit opinion on the financial statements for North Dakota RIO. Also, like to highlight on page 2 of that report that there's certain required supplementary information included in those financial statements that's required by GASB. We do not issue an opinion on that required supplementary information, though we do go through and agree that information back and forth with the supporting documentation. We validate its accuracy, but don't issue an opinion on it. And then also on that page, you'll note that there's some other supplementary information, some supplemental schedules that are included in these financial statements. And on those supplemental schedules, their schedule of administrative expenses, investment expenses, provides some additional detail. And those two pieces of information from the income statement. We issue an in relation to, and it was an unmodified in relation to opinion on those supplemental schedules. And going further, on page 4 is because we did this audit under government auditing standards, is our report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance and other matters. And again, happy to report we had no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies identified during our audit. And if you go to the back of those financial statements, included in the package is the special comments requested by the Legislative Audit and Fiscal Review Committee. So this basically goes through our governance communications. We've already discussed number 1, and again, that's on page 68, if you want to flip to that. Number 1, we issued an unmodified opinion, as I mentioned. There were no compliance issues, as I also mentioned, and the internal controls were adequate and functioning. There was any indications of lack of efficiency in the financial operations or management of the agency. We didn't have any management letter comments to note, and we also did not have any audit adjustments as part of that audit. Flip to page 69, another set of required communication, any significant accounting estimates. And with any pension, we generally have 2 significant accounting estimates, the alternative investments and the actuarial information. So we reviewed those estimates and found them to be reasonably stated in relation to the financial statements as a whole. And then finally on page 70, again, a very smooth audit. We had no disagreements with management, no difficulties encountered while performing our audit. So overall, very clean audit report. And then staying with North Dakota Rio, we're also here to report on the GASB 68, which was just being discussed. So what we call the GASB 68 report, or the schedule of employer allocations and pension amounts by employer. And so that's a separate report that goes to all the employers and their auditors and helps them comply with GASB 68. It also provides the auditors with their audit evidence around those allocated net pension liability numbers for the teachers' retirement fund. And so again, we issue an opinion as the auditors of the pension on that schedule to provide the employers with their information and the auditors with their evidence. And we issued an unmodified opinion on the schedule of employer allocations and pension amounts by employer. So any questions on results for Rio, audit results, any questions on?
Any questions for Jason? Anybody? Seeing none?
All right, hearing none. So now we'll jump over to North Dakota Public Employees Retirement System and pretty much walk through similar results in regard to North Dakota PERS. Again, we have the financial statements, hopefully included as part of your package. On page 1 is, again, the audit opinion. Happy again to report that we issued an unmodified clean opinion on those financial statements. And similar to Rio, there's also required supplementary information that we don't issue an opinion on, but go through and validate the accuracy of that information, and the similar supplemental schedules that we issued in unmodified and in relation to opinion on those schedules. And then this audit is also performed under government auditing standards. So again, we also issued a report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance and other matters. And this report is on page 69. I'm happy to report that there were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies identified as part of our audit. And then finally, if you go to page 71 in that report, we have the required communications, the governance communications, issued an unmodified opinion, no compliance issues, internal control issues. We did issue a management letter, which again, management letter is essentially best practices. So our management letter comments really weren't around any significant deficiencies, material weaknesses, or control findings. The first one was on contribution rates, and really the recommendation there was just to monitor the contribution rates for North Dakota PERS. I'm sure you're aware, given the funding ratio as well as there's a schedule included in the back of all pension financial statements. It's one of the required supplemental schedules that we included as part of that management letter comment that shows the actuarially determined contributions, which is based on the funding policy of the plan, and then the actual contributions made in relation to those. And so just highlighting that there's been a deficiency over the last several years in those, and just to have awareness over that. And I know there's been discussions and some action taken on those plans, so we just felt it necessary to highlight that for management this year. And then the other best practices were around information security, which is a hot topic in most of the pensions we work with these days. And those recommendations were around doing an internal vulnerability assessment or penetration testing, which had been done by ITD in 2015. And then we also recommended under that updating that those internal vulnerability assessments and penetration testing, and then also the ITD tests didn't really focus specifically on North Dakota PERS systems. So we also recommended a focus from an internal vulnerability assessment and penetration testing on those systems, particularly the pension information system. And I know management, their responses in there and has already taken action to start addressing those recommendations. And then the second one that we had around IT was doing a risk assessment. And so there was a risk assessment done in 2016, and the recommendation was really more frequently monitoring that and updating that risk assessment. And again, management's response is included, and I know that they've already taken action to address that and go out to a third party and respond to those comments, in response to those comments.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kempney. Mr. Chairman, and how often, like when you go back out, what do you wait, like 6 months, when, to kind of check in to see what's your timeline?
So when we go back out to perform next year's audit, we'll generally update those responses and the recommendations and receive updates. But we're always having discussions with our clients throughout the year. Even we finished this audit, we haven't started next year's audit, so there's always an open line of communication. So formally, we'll update them next year when we do the audit.
PERS, we appropriated money to have them fix their computer. I mean, while it was their investment system. And
yes.
Stuff on it, but I don't know how deep they were going, but I know that they were in.
Exactly, and some of that was in response to the recommendations.
That's what I was just kind of getting at.
Yes.
So, okay, thanks.
Yep. All right, any other questions there? Hearing none. So a couple other pieces, significant estimates, same as RIO, fair value of alternative investments. Those are managed by the State Investment Board. So we dovetail on the work that we do with the Retirement Investment Office on those. And then also the actuarial information. All pensions pretty much have the same 2 significant estimates, and we reviewed those and found them reasonable in relation to the financial statements as a whole. We didn't have any audit adjustments during the audit, and again, always a pleasure working with management, North Dakota PERS, and no significant issues, nothing to highlight in that regard with difficulties with management. Okay, that concludes that. I'm not done yet. So
questions there on any of that?
Yeah.
Seeing none, go ahead.
All right, so the last 2, again, similar to TFFR and RIO for the Teachers Fund. To comply with GASB 68, we issue a report with scheduled employer allocations and OPEB amounts by employer, and then, or pension amounts by employer, jumping ahead of myself. And then we also do one on OPEB. So the pension is to comply with GASB 68, and as was just discussed, with the last presentation, the employers for the OPEB, the Retiree Health Insurance Credit Fund at PERS, is issued to help the employers and their auditors comply with GASB 75 from the OPEB perspective. And again, issued unmodified clean opinions on both of those reports. So any questions?
Any questions?
Those are.
Okay.
None?
All right, seeing none, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. All righty, we're now to the 225. We're going to listen to the Bank of North Dakota. All right, Mike Bailey's here.
Good afternoon, and I will be presenting the list of all of the reports under Mike Bailey here. So I will be starting with the Bank of North Dakota for December 31st, 2018 and 2017. And I'll do a very high level overview on each of these, just highlighting the comments requested by the committee, as that really summarizes the overall results. So if you have any questions, please let me know. So turning to page 68 in the Bank of North Dakota, those are the specific comments requested by the committee. We had an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion on the financial statements. And then I will just bring your attention to any items that aren't kind of our standard response where there be anything of significance. So going to number 3, related to internal control adequate and functioning effectively. We did identify one internal control deficiency as a result of the financial statement audit, which is discussed on page 67. We do also do an audit of the bank's federal programs. We did not identify any internal control deficiencies related to the federal program audit. If you go to page 67, the previous page, that is where we identify the internal control finding related to the financial statements. And we did identify one material audit adjustment during the testing, which is what this finding is related to. The audit adjustment, sorry, I'm kind of jumping around, but if you go to page 69 within the communications, item number 3, in identifying any significant audit adjustments. So the adjustment that we identified as a result of our audit procedures was to debit deposits and federal funds purchased, repurchase agreements, liability accounts for the amounts listed, the 19.9 million and 3.9 million, and then a credit to loans receivable for 23.9 million. The audit adjustment was a balance sheet impact only, so it impacted liabilities and assets, no impact on the net position. And it was a result of a glitch in the accounting system related to Fed funds that were swept on daily accounts at night, and the wrong amounts were pulled from incorrect accounts. And Bank of North Dakota corrected it, identified it January 2nd, but it wasn't identified in the accounting records for that correction. So as of 12/31, it just happened to happen over that time period, and so the accounting records did not reflect what actually occurred. So that was the audit adjustment that we reported, and that is what our internal control deficiency report finding is related to, since Bank of North Dakota's internal controls did not identify that need for the correction to the financial statements. But like I said, they did make the accounts whole for the individuals that were identified prior to us coming out to do the audit procedures. Going back to page 68 for item number 5 was action taken on prior audit findings and recommendations. We did not have any prior year audit findings related to the financial statement audit. There was one internal control deficiency related to the federal program audit in the previous year, and that was corrected during 2018. So then going back to page 69, we'll bring your attention to item number 2 related to any significant accounting estimates. And we identified the allowance for credit losses and the net pension liability as the significant estimates that impact the bank's financial statements, and just spend a little bit more time getting comfortable with those estimates to determine that they are reasonable in relation to the financial statements. Outside of that, no other items of significance to bring to your attention.
Alrighty, any questions on the Bank of North Dakota? Any questions? Representative Kepenick.
I might as well.
You kept your light on, so.
No, I was just, because we've talked about that, how much the state has been getting into the bank. And when you brought that up about reserve estimates on loan losses and stuff, what is the right number, or what percentage would you like to see? Or is this just something that you're trying to get a handle on, or what?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kempnick, there is no right answer as far as what number we would like to see, but we do spend a significant amount of time focusing on that because it is an estimate, so no one really knows what it should be, and it's going to be different for every financial institution that's out there. So we really do an extensive look at it, and the bank has a very thorough process that they do to risk rate loans and to determine what it should be. They put together specific loans and identify, okay, here's the allowance for that. They do some risk rating by category. So we really focus a significant amount of our time to get comfortable with that estimate and have a lot of discussions with management if we would feel that anything would need to be changed. But again, since it's an estimate, there's no right answer. So we also do a historical look to say, okay, here's what you estimated for last year versus what the actual results for any type of write-offs, things of that nature were, to get comfortable that the process that they have in place is good.
Well, like I said, because we've done stuff, where a lot of it's local political subdivision type loans and stuff, and that's where I was kind of wondering what they were, what a person should have if you have those. In theory, I doubt if there's a local political subdivision defaults on something, we'll probably wind up dealing with it in a different way, but I just was kind of curious of what would be a right number percentage-wise or something. But that's basically what I was curious.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, moving on.
Okay, moving on to the Ag PACE Fund for the June 30th, 2018 and 2017 audit. We'll go to page 14, which is the specific comments requested. Again, we had an unmodified clean audit opinion, and all other items were answered satisfactorily with no findings or other issues or significant matters to bring to your attention. Any questions on the Ag PACE Fund?
Any questions, committee? Okay, let's put that one aside.
Okay, next up is the PACE Fund for the June 30th, 2018 and 2017 audit. The comments requested by the committee are on page 21. Again, we had an unmodified or a clean opinion on the financial statements, did not have any findings or other items of significance to bring to your attention.
Committee, any questions on that one? Seeing none? Okay.
Okay, beginning farmer revolving loan fund as of December 31st, 2018 and 2017. The specific comments are on page 17 of the report. Again, an unmodified or a clean opinion on the financial statements. There were no findings or internal control deficiencies reported. And on page 18, item number 2, again, we identify a significant accounting estimate, and this is where we always spend a little bit more time since there is no right answer. And for this entity, we identify the amortization of prepaid interest as a significant estimate and did not identify any issues related to that.
Okay. Any questions on that one? Great.
Okay, the Community Water Facility Loan Fund for December 31st, 2018 and 2017. The specific comments are on page 17. We had an unmodified opinion on these financial statements as well. And the only other item that I will bring to your attention is on page 18 for the significant accounting estimate, and the significant estimate is the allowance for loan losses for this entity.
Okay, committee, any questions on that one? Seeing none? Thank you.
Okay, I'll move on to the infrastructure revolving loan fund. Going to page 17 for the specific comments. We had an unmodified or a clean opinion. And the only other item that I will bring to your attention is on page 18, item number 2 for the significant accounting estimate. And again, that allowance for credit losses is a significant estimate. You'll notice a theme as I go through this.
That was handy, you just had to cut and paste that. All right, committee, any questions on that one? Seeing none.
Okay, the next one is the Medical Facility Infrastructure Loan Fund. As of June 30th, 2018 and 2017, the specific comments are on page 17. We had an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, and the only other item to bring to your attention again is on page 18, item number 2 for the significant accounting estimate, which is the allowance for loan losses.
Right, committee, let's set that one aside.
The next one I have is the North Dakota Guaranteed Student Loan Program. And this report is as of December 31st, 2018 and September 30th, 2017. So this entity actually had a change in its fiscal year end from the previous year. So going to page 20 is the specific comments. Again, an unmodified opinion. I'll bring your attention to number 1 on page 21. Any significant changes in accounting policies. And we do just identify that there was that change in the year end. So the year being reported this year had the 15 months ended December 31st, 2018. And we did not modify our opinion with respect to that, but we do include an emphasis of the matter within our audit report. For item number 2, as far as any significant accounting estimates, again, the allowance for future credit losses is identified as a significant estimate. And there were no other matters to bring to your attention related to the Guaranteed Student Loan Program.
Okay, any questions on the Guaranteed Student Loan Program? Seeing none, move that one aside.
Moving on to the Addiction Counselor Internship Loan Program for June 30th, 2018 and 2017. The specific comments are on page 17. Again, an unmodified opinion, there are no findings. The only matter to bring to your attention is on page 18, item number 2, and again, the significant estimate for the allowance for loan losses.
Okay. Any questions on that? Seeing none? Moving on.
The next one is the Public Finance Authority for December 31st, 2018 and 2017. The specific comments are on page 50 of this report. Again, an unmodified opinion and no findings or other items of significance to bring to your attention.
Any questions on that one? Seeing none? Student loan trust.
Student loan trust from June 30th, 2018 and 2017. The specific comments are on page 34. Again, we had an unmodified opinion and there are no matters or items of significance to bring to your attention.
Okay, committee, any questions? Seeing none? Moving on.
Moving on to the Rebuilders Loan Program from June 30th, 2018 and 2017. Specific comments are on page 18. Again, an unmodified opinion, and the only item to bring to your attention is on page 19 for the significant accounting estimates, and again, the allowance for credit losses is identified as the significant estimate.
All right, we have a question. Representative Lauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Didn't want to have you get out of here without a question. Do we know what the Bank of North Dakota is doing for those that are delinquent for past 90 days? Let's see, there's not a lot of them, not a lot of loans, but is the bank pursuing those delinquent loans?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lauser, yes, absolutely. I don't know if you want to speak to that anymore, but they have policies in place that they follow, a credit department that specifically tries to pursue those collections. I think they make every effort possible to collect on those loans before they would write something off.
You want to say that we're going to have the bank come up and answer or respond to anything that we come up with that she's not. But if you have another question, Representative Lauser, for.
No, I'll wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead. Okay. So then moving on to the Rebuilders Loan Program from June 30th, 2018 and 2017. The specific comments are on page 18. Again, an unmodified opinion and no other findings to bring to your attention. On page 19, we identify the significant accounting estimate, which is the estimate for the allowance for credit losses.
Any questions on the Rebuilders Loan Program? Seeing none?
Moving on to the North Dakota Development Fund for June 30th, 2018 and 2017. The comments are on page 25. And again, we had an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. We'll bring your attention to item number 3 related to internal control, adequate and functioning effectively. We do identify one internal control deficiency related to this audit. It's discussed on page 30 of the financial statements. And it is due to the fact that I Bailey, as the auditors, we prepare the financial statements for the development fund rather than development fund preparing them. So we become a part of the internal control structure. For item number 5, has action been taken on findings and recommendations included in prior audit reports? We did have the same financial statement preparation finding in the prior year. So that is a continuing finding each year for the development fund.
Any questions on that? Representative Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On your last comment where you said you did the financial statements for the Rebuilders Loan Program, so when you do these reports, like the Student Loan Trust Fund, they just give you their financial statements and you just kind of go through them to make sure the numbers match? Is that technically what your job is, to find out? Because I'm thinking we're doing all this and you're giving the report on something that a state agency does, where they could come in and do it.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Adams, for the other ones where we don't prepare these financial statements, that is correct that they give us this document. And what we're doing is giving an opinion that the numbers presented within these statements are materially correct. So we perform procedures to test the balances reported in here. So even though on the other ones, we're not preparing the financial statements, we're giving that assurance from an independent third party that the numbers that they're reporting within these financial statements are materially correct by independently testing those balances.
All right, you got more, go ahead, you've got.
I'm a freshman, a little naive on this, but if somebody, thank you, Mr. Chairman, if somebody gave me a balance sheet and said, here, just check to see if we're doing this right, how do you come back and check those figures? I mean, do you actually come to the student loan trust fund and verify that they have that much out, or you sample test it, or are you just taking the word of the agency that these figures are correct and then giving your opinion on the correct figures that they say they gave you?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Adams, the testing varies depending on the balance, but no, we do not just take their word that they're correct. So we are exactly like you said, we're going out to the Student Loan Trust Fund or to the Bank of North Dakota, and the procedures vary, but just to give you an example, if they say they have $10 million of cash and it's being held by a different entity, we go out and we confirm that they had $10 million of cash. Or if they say they have, $100 million of loans receivable, we'll select loans for confirmation based on a sample, and there's a lot of factors that go into that. There's risk assessment considerations for the entity for that specific balance, and we'll go out and send confirmations to the individuals who actually have those loans, and they'll send them back and say, yes, that loan did in fact exist, to verify that, okay, when they say they have that dollar amount as of December 31st, that they did in fact have it.
Trust me, I'm with the government, doesn't work.
Unfortunately.
No, okay. How about if they wink? All right, everybody good with that? Any questions? All right, moving on then. Workforce safety?
Going to workforce safety and insurance, the June 30th, 2018 and 2017 financial statements. The specific comments requested are on page 50. Again, we had an unmodified or a clean opinion on the financial statements. We'll bring your attention to item number 5 on page 51, was action taken on prior audit findings and recommendations. We did not have any findings that were reported in the 2018 report. There was one reported in 2017, and we did identify that action was taken to correct that during 2018. In the audit committee communications on that same page for item number 1, any significant changes in accounting policies, we do identify the implementation of GASB 75 related to reporting the OPEB liability within the financial statements as a significant change in accounting policies. And that did result in a restatement of the previously reported balances to add on for workforce safety insurance was about a $1 million liability. For item number 2 on the same page, any significant accounting estimates, we identified the liability for unpaid losses and loss adjustment expenses and the dividend expense and related liability. And also going over to page 52, the net pension liability and the other post-employment benefit liabilities as the significant estimates for WSI. No other matters or items of significance to bring to your attention.
Okay, any questions on the WSI audit? I remember some years ago when there was a few more questions on the WSI.
I believe so.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's set that aside.
Okay, going on to the State Fair Association. For this audit report, this isn't contracted through the state the same manner as the other ones, so we don't have the specific comments requested, but I'll just touch on the same overall results. So going to page 2, this is our audit opinion on the financial statements. And you can see at the top of this page, we do identify that there's a qualified opinion on the financial statements, so it's not the same as the other unmodified opinions. In this case, the qualified opinion is due to, with the GASB 68 and 75 related to the net pension liability and also that OPEB liability, the standards say that those liabilities that's reported within the financial statement should be, as of a period, no earlier than the end of the employer's prior fiscal year. So in this case, in the 9/30/18 financial statements for the state fair, they should be using a measurement date of no earlier than October 1st of 2017. Due to the fact that they participate in the state plan, that information for them is not available for 6/30/18 to incorporate within these financial statements based on when they issue them. So they are using a measurement date as of 6/30/17. And so that is a gap departure. And so we do have a qualified opinion, since at the time the report is issued, we don't know what the difference in the liability would be that they're reporting. Aside from that matter, we did not have any other modifications to our opinion. We do on this page in the emphasis of a matter section, again, identify the implementation of GASB 75 to implement that OPEB liability within their financial statements.
We have, Representative Schmidt has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, when we were going through with appropriations with the state fair budget, there was an issue with the association and the golf course. And you had indicated that, at least it was on our green sheets that it was on there. We were being told by the representatives at that time during the last session that that was going to be resolved. Can you update us? Is that resolved or is that not resolved, or where does it sit?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schmidt, you are correct that in the 2017 audit, we also had a modification to our opinion related to getting comfortable with that loan receivable and that the collectability was adequate. As of this audit, we were able to perform procedures to get comfortable with that, so we did not identify a modification to our opinion for that. And there is no allowance recorded for that. I believe that we were able to get comfortable that should something happen, that there was adequate resources to fund that note receivable. With that being said, if you turn to page 45, we did still identify an internal control deficiency related to the consideration of the valuation of that note receivable, due to the fact that the organization hasn't really implemented procedures to be considering that collectability piece. So although we were able to get comfortable with the balance in the statements, we still reported an internal control deficiency and a recommendation that they develop controls to make sure that they're evaluating that collectability on an ongoing basis. Did that answer your question? Sorry.
Well, we keep being told that it's going to be taken care of, and it never seems to be taken care of.
Representative, or Mr. Chairman, Representative Schmidt, the balance is still outstanding as of September 30th, 18. As far as the status of whether anything's been collected since then, I'm not sure on that. We'll look into that as of the next audit, and I don't know if there's a representative from the agency here to answer as far as where the balance is at as of today.
Okay. All right, any other questions on the statement? All right, moving along to the school construction assistance.
Okay, going to the school construction assistance revolving loan fund for June 30th, 2018 and 2017. Page 17 are the specific comments requested. Again, an unmodified clean opinion. And on page 18, item 2 for the significant accounting estimates, the allowance for loan losses is identified.
Okay. Any questions on that one? Set that one aside, okay.
Okay, going to the building authority, which is the last one I have on my list. June 30th, 2018 and 2017 financial statements. The specific comments are on page 23. We have an unmodified opinion and there are no findings or other items of significance to bring to your attention.
Okay. All right, any questions on any of these that we have heard? I think Representative Kepnick is holding his questions for later. All right, with that, we are going to then thank you. And Tim or anyone want to come up and Representative Lauser's question on the student loan thing and how that's going, just so we have a couple of minutes here.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is Tim Porter. I'm the CFO at the Bank of North Dakota. With respect to Representative Lauser's question, I think it was answered appropriately. We do everything we can within our powers to collect on any of those loans that forfeit. So, some of that portfolio, the first 30 million was done without mortgages. The second 20 million was done with mortgages. We have a little bit more power on the second 20 million, obviously, but we do everything within our power to collect all of them.
Okay, Representative Lauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tim. That we did that in a special session. We had 3 or 4 days at that time in November of 11 and kind of threw that together. That $30,000 loan was unsecured. And then subsequently came back, and if they borrowed another 20, it became a mortgage. But for those that didn't, I don't know, the bank finds out if they sell the house. I suppose there's a cancellation of flood insurance, but that person might be gone. We also had a bill that failed to forgive all or some of that debt, deemed unconstitutional as a gift. So we really put the bank in a tough spot to have to pursue somebody after they've sold the house. And I'm wondering how many of the people that's the case versus just delinquent on their loan and they still occupy the property.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lauser, I don't have those numbers with me, but I can get them to you. Obviously we have had some losses that we have written off in this program, and that will eventually come from the general fund portion.
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman. I suspect there'll be another natural disaster in North Dakota, and they'll somewhat mirror this program again. And they have to be mortgages. They have to be secured. I just can't imagine that we say, here's $30,000 and don't worry about it. And really, the bank has no way of knowing if the property's been sold. So it's not recorded anywhere, and the other mortgages get paid, and the person takes their equity and leaves.
We would prefer that.
All right, Senator Jay Lee has a question.
I was going to say, it seems to me, if I remember correctly, that it wasn't that the bank suggested that there be no mortgage, but the legislature said, we're just going to give you this money. So I want to make it clear that you didn't say, oh, let's just give them the money. I think we said, we're just going to give them the money and hope you pay it back. I'm being facetious, obviously, but I obviously think notes and mortgages are the way to go.
Right, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we're bankers, and so I doubt that we would just have volunteered to not do that.
I wanted to say that out loud so you didn't get hung up.
Representative Hattlestead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim, would it be possible on that $30,000 worth of homes or however much to put a lien against the property so it could not be sold without your being notified?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I don't believe we can do that. I know we do everything in our powers. I do not believe that we can put a lien on the property. But I could respond to that better with our collection people. They're the ones that have to deal with that.
Tim, we've had delinquencies for years. Is it marginally higher now than it has been in the past? I don't know. I didn't look at any numbers, but just anecdotally, what would you say? Where are we at?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I think it's performing as we expected.
Yeah.
On a basically an unsecured $30,000 loan. The good thing is it's got a 1% interest rate, and the other good thing is these are North Dakotans and they pay their debts for the most part.
All right, any questions on any of the audits that certainly the bank has a little bit of dabbling in most of what we've covered. All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, are we ready to go to the state auditors 305? All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Nelson, go ahead.
Before we go there, I kind of would have a question for the state auditor about what we've just gone through, if you'd be kind enough to come up.
Auditor Gallion? It's a technical question.
Oh, well, stay close by.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, we just went through a whole bunch of these private firm audits. Now, are these being done because the state auditor's office doesn't have the expertise to perform these audits? Like we talked earlier, kind of in general terms about stuff and everything. I mean, I'm basically asking, why are these firms doing the audits instead of the state auditor's office?
Chairman Klein, Representative Nelson,
Joshua.
It's done.
Yeah.
In some cases, yes, we don't have the expertise. I'm looking at Ron here. There's other cases where we bid them out, or what? Ron's better to answer that question. He's the one that actually does all of this.
Okay.
And I trust his judgment, so.
Chairman Klein and members of the committee, I'm Ron Colstead. I'm the technical specialist with the office. And I also contract these audits. The bank in North Dakota, it used to be we weren't involved at all in the audit. And then several years ago, they said, okay, have the auditor's office contract for that audit to give that extra independence so that the bank isn't hiring their own auditor type of thing. It is an enhancement. But we cannot do the financial audit of the Bank of North Dakota. That's an oddball thing. But we never used to be able to even be involved with the audit. So that is one example of where we just can't do it. We have to contract it out. The rest of the entities, the pension ones, is where we don't have an actuary on staff. And I suppose we could contract with an actuary, but we think it's better if we hire a firm like a well-qualified firm that's expert at do a lot of pensions. And so then Clifton Larson Allen has had the past few ones, and they've been super to work with and very, very knowledgeable. So that's an example of the expertise. The rest of the audits really we do because of lack of resources. We don't have, a lot of these have to be done in the fall when we're doing the CAFR audit, so we need more bodies to do the audit. So there's a time sensitive nature on here. The year ends mostly are June 30th. For the CAFR, we got to be done by December 10th. And to do all of those within that period, we just can't do it. And so that's a resources where we need additional auditors to be able to pick up some of these audits.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't think you were implying that Katie was an oddball by having that oddball audits.
No.
All right, as are auditors generally. All right, committee, we will then move to the, we've got a short list here. And for the audience, we're at the 305 agenda item, so we are moving along. We have done the statewide single audit, and now we're at highway patrol. So with that, committee.
Chairman Klein, I'd like to do this presentation a little bit different. There are 3 audits in this bunch that have recommendations. 2 of these audits, Mill and Elevator and North Dakota Lottery, are financial statement audits. The rest of them are clean audits. I'd be more than happy to talk about the Highway Patrol, do a presentation on that one, Attorney General and Indian Affairs Commission. They are great audits. They're good reads, a lot of information in there. And I don't know if we need to go through them one by one, unless the committee would like us to, or I can focus on the 3 with recommendations. Is there a preference?
Josh, let's start with the 3 with recommendations so that we at least get a flavor of the direction you're going. If there's no recommendations, it's really similar to what Katie had. We didn't find anything and we set them aside. So rather than just setting them aside, we can you can direct us to the information. And once again, you're the ones in the trenches looking for the problems and the recommendations, and we'd ask that we have a discussion about what you found.
So, yes, I'll begin with the Highway Patrol. In this audit, we did have several recommendations. We looked at the bus inspection program, which I believe there were 3 recommendations surrounding that program. There were also a few other recommendations. I believe it was the bonding coverage, some capital asset, recording of capital assets, and I think there was one other one. There was the optimization of federal funds. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any specific questions the committee has.
Senator Jay Lee.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gallion, I'm just surprised that we would expect that the highway patrol officers would have expertise in the sophisticated equipment on a current school bus. And our school district just purchased the first electric school bus, for example. I can't imagine, when you can't even take your car to a gas station anymore to have your oil change. How do we expect the highway patrol? I mean, is this in statute that we need to fix, or what? It just seems like why would we let the local school boards figure out how they're going to address the needs of their inspections of their school buses? That's where the buck stops in.
Chairman Klein, Senator Lee, Highway Patrol is required to conduct those inspections, and so when a lot of these problems, it's not surrounding the actual inspections. I believe the Highway Patrol does an amazing job when they verify the safety of those school buses. A lot of these issues are surrounded around, we don't actually know how many school buses operate in the state of North Dakota. I think we should care. We're talking about our children and the safety of our kids transported to and from school.
Mr. Chairman, I think the point is that the local elected officials who are running that school district, the school board. Each school board knows how many school buses that they have. And so that, I'm not trying to be flippy when I say that we care, but honestly, this legislative audit is what we do. Care how many total school buses we have in the state when all of that is controlled by our local elected school boards.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Representative Kempany.
yeah, I can remember back when we got into the flashing light on the top of it, but the problem is though, is that there isn't any one entity, you know, that is over, you know, granted you got the school board and their maintenance program or whatever for the schools, but there's no any one entity that checks that stuff out. And I think that's where the patrol came into the conversation, you know, and whether I guess the thought, I think, is that the patrol inspects roads worthiness of vehicles traveling on the road. So that's, I think, the connection on that. And that just isn't any one entity, because I know we got into this here a few years ago, especially out west, when the buses were falling apart at a year old. There was stuff falling apart on them. So that was a conversation that, you know, who's should be looking for broken, cracked rims, and that's what they do, you know, whether they have time or not. That's probably gets to be more of the question is that, you know, what are they inspecting? Is that, Mr. Gallen, when you found out, what was the survey example, you know, when you were doing this audit? What was being pulled in, you know, as far as, because obviously it wasn't all of them. What was their sample size, or what was the patrol's inspection requirements, I guess, is what, you know, that probably becomes more of an issue, you know, the frequency or that, I guess, is more of what.
So, Mr. Chairman, Kevin, here in the report, we list out kind of the process that is followed and some of the recommended improvements that we made. Now, Highway Patrol asked schools to self-report school buses. 23% of them did not respond to the survey. So that's where we don't have a complete and accurate list of buses for those, to verify that those inspections are actually being done. In the report right there, you can see that we lay it all out.
Representative Hattlestead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is the problem the inspection, or the problem the follow-up, and who has the authority to park the bus, so to speak, before until it's fixed?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hattlestead, I think that's the question. And from when we went through the information, what we found is we have three different components that have a say in this, and some responsibility between the superintendent of public instruction, as Senator Lee mentioned, a local entity, and the Highway Patrol. And so everybody kind of has a hand in this, and there's no real set oversight. We need to get that communication and develop those reporting issues between those entities, again, to make sure that our school buses are safe.
Okay, anything else you want to, Representative Kempany?
Well, I was just looking at kind of your, you know, there's levels of, you know, the inspections and stuff on it. And I think that's what, you know, the inspection itself, I think, is, you know, because it looks like some, there's numbers, they're not, you know, they're different levels of, but I think the physical part of it needs to be, you know, that thing's roadworthy. And that's where I think, you know, the rest of it, and that's the problem with BOT in itself, because I'm thinking of commercial trucks. You know, you get into that conversation, and it is a kind of a pain in the butt, but in the same conversation, when you have an accident or something happens, you know, it goes back to, and that's, I think, where we need to, you know, we need to take it serious. We just need to figure out how to make it work. And that's what I'm trying to, you know, whether it's the Highway Patrol along with the local law enforcement, or, if they're not reporting, then either the sheriff's office or in conjunction with the highway patrol or somebody needs to be, that is kind of involved in road.
Well, Josh, there's been some follow-up, there's been some comments, I know from the DPI has chimed in. What's the direction you see us going? How are the answers that you got, are they what we've got, you provided the problems, the questions, we're moving ahead and we're fixing that, right?
The Highway Patrol agreed with all recommendations. I do believe that they are going to work with those different entities to try to find solutions. I have no reason to believe they won't. They would be better to ask of that. But yes, they did agree and they understand the importance of school bus safety. I know I put on the screen, there's the top 8 defects that are found in buses. Any one of those could be detrimental.
Is there any number of school bus accidents in a year? I suppose we have that somewhere, but probably not caused by a turn signal, but certainly it's operator error in a lot of cases.
Another question for the Highway Patrol.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chairman, one that stands out, and it is an issue, is that stop control arm, is number 3, and that does get to be, especially in the rural areas where.
Well, and I see it usually, it gets put out there, but nobody knows that. And that's what, in our case, happens a lot in our area, so. It just, anyway, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but is the issue of violation thereof? Because on stop control arms, they're not always used. It depends on the regulations. For instance, you cannot put out a stop control arm on an arterial street in Fargo. So, that, or sped buses, because you do not pick up a child with a special needs bus. You never use a stop arm because you're picking them up at the door facing their door. You pick them up at their house and they never have a need to. So I'm not saying that it's not consequential by any means. It's the violation of working stop arms that mostly is the problem. But it's curious that some school districts did not respond to a request for their inventory, because I do believe that to be reimbursed the mileage rate, they have to provide all the information regarding the buses that ran to DPI. So kind of a disconnect there. It would be easy to provide, I assume, because you already got that information every year.
Mr. Chairman, that's really what comes down to is you've got multiple entities with different responsibilities and no one entity that's really got oversight on this. And so the reason that I think that the auditors felt that this was important to bring forward is because of the impacts. This is a safety issue. And so, but this is going to require legislative action to improve. I mean, the defects you're talking about, these aren't violations. These are defects found during the inspections, right from the Highway Patrol. So these are things that as the Highway Patrol conducted their thorough inspections, they uncovered.
So this was covered during your inspections, but what you found was they're not inspecting everything. That's the crux here. It's not that they haven't found stuff when they were doing their job. It's just that there's a bunch of buses that haven't had, that would just add to those numbers on your graph.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that we can't say that they have not been done. We just don't have an accurate account or record that they are doing. Accomplished.
They have done that. Up to this point, those lines are Highway Patrol statistics that have been provided. All right, so I get the okay. I thought you had your auditors out there checking to make sure no signal lights aren't working. I was wondering where you tested it for in our committee. Representative Johnson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, the Highway Patrol comes to Valley Bus at the slowest time of year is the week before school starts. And they're there then, and they are provided with a complete list of our inventory. And we have like 5 lots. So if they don't find a bus, we go find it for them. But if there is a defect in a bus, if it can be repaired prior to their departure, we do so, or they come back. And that's how it works in Fargo.
And we don't know that those have not been repaired immediately, that the turn signal light, somebody put a lamp in right away when they found out. I mean, we just know that there was something wrong at that point of inspection.
defects.
Could have been fixed that after. All right. Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Auditor, so I'm not sure if the Highway Patrol will be talking here today, but I married into a family. There's 14 siblings on my father-in-law's side, and every one of them has a CDL. And I'm not a trucker, but I sure hear a lot. Now, does a bus, a school bus, fall under DOT? Can they get it pulled over like a semi, for example? Is there any, do you know anything about this, or is the Highway Patrol coming to talk about this at all?
Mr. Chairman, sometimes I don't know exactly which one, but I do believe they require a CDL, maybe somebody here knows.
Mr. Chairman, you need a Class D CDL. So you need a commercial driver, and technically the driver's supposed to do a pre-inspection run, of the vehicle and whether that's happening or not. But like anything, you're supposed to, any commercial truck, you get in it, you're supposed to do a walk around. And technically you're supposed to check lights working, brakes, rims, stuff like that, so.
Representative Simon.
Mr. Chairman, so my question, I guess, was, and thank you, Representative Kepnick, is the Highway Patrol actively looking for them? I know they sure are on 18-wheelers, and I think that would probably solve the problem pretty quickly if the school departments had nasty fines if they're not under compliance, and that would kind of be free market 101, taking care of that. If I'm not mistaken, if they are held to the same standard as the free market.
Chairman, Representative, I'm not sure about a fine, but I know when that inspection occurs, the Highway Patrol does put a sticker inside the bus, so it's visible that it has been inspected. I don't know if
Yep,
Representative Johnson.
that's right.
maybe
Representative
say that.
Johnson, go ahead. You got it. I know you got something there.
Well, I think the purpose of this representative is through pre-trip inspections and the annual inspection by Highway Patrol is to nip it in the bud before you go out on the road. And that is the whole purpose of these inspections. And Representative Kempenick is right, with CDL training, we're required to be proficient in pre-trip inspections, which includes cracks in tie rods, low tires, whatever, but.
Okay, well, if you want to continue on the audit, or I don't veer off too much here.
I'm good, Chair, thank you.
Because these are licensed drivers that the school districts have. Are you looking at are you suggesting the Highway Patrol should be checking to see if all the drivers are licensed? Because I know that's a deal. That's part of, in our school, you gotta do all the stuff. I don't know that they would never hang, I don't think anybody will hang their neck out. Representative Johnson, would they?
The issue with that is that not all of the equipment requires a CDL. However, in Fargo, for our smaller equipment, the drivers still go through the very same pre-trip inspection that we as CDL drivers are required to do. So.
Good to have a bus driver on the committee. Do you have anything else you want to cover on this particular audit, or does anyone have any questions on this audit? All right.
Just appreciate the interest.
Representative Johnson.
I imagine that had the internal policy of the Highway Patrol, had it been different, we might not even be having this discussion, because their internal policy said 100% of this, 50% of that, and 10% overall. So had their internal policy been different, we could have skipped this whole part, right? If they had said, 50, what would it mattered had they not been given the entire inventory list if it equated to, 50 overall, 50% overall?
Correct, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, this is part of the criteria. Some of those is looking at that entities, those policies, the procedures that they follow, and then we apply those policies to make sure that they are adhering to them. In this case, and we reviewed some of that, didn't match up. The actions did not match up with what they stated was their policy.
All right, is there someone from the Highway Patrol here? There isn't. All right, Josh, you want to continue then? What would you like to do next, or which one?
We could talk about the Attorney General's office. That one's pretty straightforward.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Simon.
if we meet again, could we set up something where the Highway Patrol would come in and talk on this issue? I'm very curious on getting to the bottom of this audit.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Simon, we did contact them. I suppose we're ahead of schedule. They might be coming later on.
We can yet today. We'll not. We'll try.
We can give them a call and see if they.
Okay. All right. If you want, Attorney General.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we looked at the Attorney General's office and we focused in on the crime lab and some of the turnaround times in the crime lab. We provided a lot of different ideas. We did have one recommendations to reduce the turnaround time based on some of the information we provided. When we did our exit conference with the Attorney General's office, I was very encouraged to hear that many of these different ideas they were already contemplating, they've been implementing. This is something that was on their radar and this all happened during legislative session. They did receive an additional FTE, and so while we did have one recommendation, they are already working on improving these turnaround times and the DNA testing, the information at the crime lab.
Okay.
With that,
Any questions on that? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I deal a little bit with some of the crime lab results in my job, but having to do with death certificates. People can't get anything until they get the blood test work back and everything else. But my question is, and that delays it, but my question is, with these slow turnaround times, do you guys have evidence that they delay any cases, anything from going to court or stop a case from moving, or because we're waiting for the results? Was that question asked?
Chairman, that's a good question. I don't know if we looked at the other end. I think we looked at it more about on a resource, but we didn't look at that? Okay. Mike Schmidtke here, he was the audit supervisor on this. We did not.
Okay, thanks. All right, any other questions on the Attorney General's? Senator J.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know the answer to this question, but I guess I don't. So I'm asking it. Does BCI have all or part of the responsibility for the background checks for childcare facilities? Or is all of that concerned?
That is a very good question. I do not know off the top of my head, but I'm going to look back here. I'm going to phone a friend.
Phone a friend, yeah.
Anybody know that one?
And Mr. Chairman, the reason I'm asking is because the last question is an important one. We now with new federal rules in which that require additional background checks on everything, a new employee can't be hired at a child care facility without having a background check and the fingerprints and the whole thing. And that takes time and it's driving the daycare providers nuts because somebody will quit. That's a very transient population, as I'm sure you can imagine. And they hire somebody who will be a good person, but they have not been able they were not able to work until that whole thing was completed. And so that was part of the problem and why we needed more staff for doing those background checks. And so I'm not suggesting anybody isn't doing what they're supposed to do, but I wanted to raise the issue of there having been a tremendous backlog in background checks. And if BCI has anything to do with that, which I think that's part of it, that would have to be part of the problem.
Mr. Chairman, that might be another good question for maybe the Highway Patrol, since I think that a lot of the background checks may be initiated through them. Maybe they coordinate some of that.
Senator Grabinger has a comment.
Mr. Chairman, we did have that discussion in the budget hearings and regarding the Attorney General's office, and they assured us that they were taking some corrections to speed up that process because that was a legitimate issue. And they were concerned about it, and they were doing some things. I would suggest you get to the Attorney General that because he knows about it, we had that talk, and they're doing some things to fix that problem because it was an issue in Jamestown as well.
Mr. Chairman, I want to make clear that I'm not suggesting that the agent's office isn't doing something now, that it could have been part of the problem at the time of the audit.
Okay, any other questions on the Attorney General's? All right, what else do you,
We can
do
go over
you
the-
want to, just quickly here, I know the folks from the lottery might be here and they want you to tell us that everything is A-okay so that they can go.
Everything is A-okay.
No? Okay.
Clean audit,
All right.
clean financial statement audit.
Okay, Josh, the Highway Patrol has arrived, and maybe we'll just quickly have them jump right into the hot seat by the way, Representative Simon, he is packing.
Sorry, I'm trying to address as cordial as possible.
For the record,
My name is Wade Cattermas. I'm a sergeant with the North Dakota Highway Patrol. I am assigned as a safety and education officer. So I've been tasked with the school bus inspection program, working closely with DPI. Prior to that, I was a motor carrier operations sergeant. So I was heavily involved on the field side of it, dealing with school bus inspections. So hopefully I can answer some questions.
Representative Simon has a question as it relates to licensing CDLs versus the bus drivers.
Okay, go
I'll
ahead.
let him ask the question and you can answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cattermas, I guess it wasn't really about the licensing. It was more so, I'm pretty familiar with DOT checks, et cetera. And, the free market and what you guys do to keep the free market rolling safely down the road. But is that the case for school buses? Do you randomly pull over a school bus like you would maybe a CD, somebody with an 18-wheeler? And what are the fines exactly, and who would pay those fines? The school, or in this case, would Representative Johnson, would she be liable for something? Because I know the truckers certainly are.
Yeah.
And, that's something that before I was here, the people in this room addressed and put some pressure on the driver themselves to make sure that that truck is rolling safely down the road. And it seems to me like we have, from what I think we're all around, the 23 schools, if I'm not mistaken, didn't even apply to the auditor or to you, I don't think. I'm just asking what the free market can do to make this so this does not happen.
So I've been on the patrol about 15 years. Since I come on the patrol, this program has morphed. I've always understood it as a cooperation or an agreement between DPI and the NDHP. And this has been something that has been ongoing for 20, 30 years. There's some retired troopers that were involved in this, or even some retired colonels that were involved with this as troopers. So there's been an agreement in place a long time between the two agencies. And it just hasn't had the focus that it probably should have in the past. And before the audit started, I had to let the auditors know that there would be some things I'm sure they would find, because we understood that our database was archaic and needed to be updated. And I have worked closely, even before this whole thing started, with Don Williams from DPI. And we had discussed, working together to improve the program. And this audit has helped propel that along, which is great, I think. So, but in my time with the patrol, it has never had that approach similar to CMDs. We've always contacted the schools, school administrators, or their mechanics, who's ever in charge of the bus maintenance program. We've contacted them and arranged times and dates. There was, ever since I've been it, there's never been any interruption or a bus being pulled over with kids or anything on it to perform these inspections. If that's what you're looking for.
Okay. All right, that's the answer. I think as school buses been treated, how are they treated? But all right,
Representative Kempany, you have a comment?
I was just wondering, what is the frequency? Is it an annual type inspection, or is it semi, or is it response? Because it does come down to when you do read to get a Class B CE, it is and it was brought up by Representative Johnson, that there is a pre-trip inspection that should take place.
Yep.
In that.
And
that's, that comes down to documentation and everything else. Putting a bus out of service with kids on it gets to be problematic.
Yes.
But that shouldn't be to that point. It shouldn't get to that point that if something would ever happen, like that, there's other issues. And that's what, I think it's more of the level of what are these districts, do they know what's required of them? Are they following through what's required of them, I guess? And that's probably the bigger question of the pre, what listed, as defects and stuff are basically pre-inspection type conversations. And that's where I think there's more of, the patrol's probably gonna be a focal point on this because it was brought up with the auditor that there's no one jurisdiction really on this, because you've got local footage subdivisions, you got the patrol, you've got the DPI. And so at the end of the day, who's responsible for these questions that are being asked?
Correct, and those are good questions to ask, and that's something I know that I think even troopers on the road have struggled to understand the whole, or the way it's laid out. DPI has the administrative authority. They've adopted standards through, and I brought the book here, the National Congress on School Transportation is listed in their administrative rules. And in here lists the specifications for buses to meet across the state, school buses specifically to meet across the state. In my time on the motor carrier side, I worked heavily with companies like Harlow's, Dietrich's Valley Bus out of Fargo, and a lot of schools have contracted with them to run their school transportation operations. They go through an annual inspection similar to what an inspection is on the CMD side every year before the school starts. And it's necessarily isn't good for the patrol to go into those type of companies all the time because they have the procedures in place to ensure the buses are being inspected. So that's what we're looking at right now. I do have a meeting with them actually this Friday, DPI, to try and hammer out what we're going to do this coming school year.
So because of the auditor's involvement, you're stepping it up a step and working with DPI and an additional step to comply with all the things that you promised to comply with in the auditor's suggestions, recommendations.
Correct. Yep. We are definitely addressing what was found during the audit, and the hope is to make it more clear for school districts what's required of them, and so it's easier for DPI to understand, for us to understand as well. So we are definitely taking this head on and trying to address it. So.
Okay, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cadmus again. So is there any teeth that makes a school district comply with the highway patrol? Or are you gonna have to just babysit these people? I'm just thinking if it's, first of all, it's our children. There's not much more important than that. You are relatively safe in a school bus, I think. However, if we demand things on the free market, I think we should demand things on our schools as well. And I don't think you should be having to babysit anybody. For example, what would you do if you found a Representative Johnson not doing her walk around? Yeah. And granted, I understand we already having a hard time finding school bus drivers anyways. So I get the sensitivity here, but on the same token, what's good for the goose is good for the gander as well.
Well, Representative Simons, that's a good point. A lot of us in the patrol look at, there's a lot of stuff required on the commercial motor vehicle side that transport our shoes, our socks, our clothing, our food, but what's more important moving across our roadways than the kids. I mean, they're our future. So, from my understanding at looking at the administrative regulations, and there's one piece of Century Code 2 that applies, the DPI would have the authority to withhold vehicular transportation funding. And I don't know, I'm not involved in that side of it. I don't know how that side works. But from what I understand, that would be the only ramifications if a school district, public or private, doesn't keep up on their bus maintenance or bus program. So there's nothing the highway patrol can do. There is a Century Code out there for operating an unsafe motor vehicle. That would be an infraction, a criminal offense. If a bus was in a serious enough condition, somebody or a school district's refusing to take care of it, that could be an avenue, but that's something that we were looking into as well.
Okay, we're gonna move along here. Representative Haddelston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, what you're saying then, you do your inspection, hand the sheet to the school district, and you can't park that bus because it's inadequate for the highway.
My understanding of the adopted administrative code and the Century Code is DPI does have the authority to tell a school if there's something wrong with a bus or a school bus. They would have the authority to tell the school to not operate that bus. But if the school goes ahead and operates that bus, just looking at our law and administrative code, I don't know if there's anything that DPI could even do. So I think that is something that should be given a little closer look.
More ideas for legislation, Representative Haddelston?
Yes,
Go ahead.
we've
One
already
more.
talked about that. But it would seem logical that you should have the authority to tell that bus it doesn't move. You can tell an 18-wheeler, you're not moving. But
That would be up for
legislation
to decide.
Alrighty, okay, committee, we're going to thank you, Wade, for coming
bet.
over and answering
Thank
those
you.
questions. Auditor Gallion, committee, is there anything in specific that you wanted to visit about? I know the Millen elevator is here, and that audit was a clean audit. Unless he wants us to talk about it, he's good. Okay, I'm just looking at some of the folks in the crowd. Is there was one more that you wanted to speak? Okay, a couple more. Let's. Okay.
So the next one that I am going to present would be the audit on the Indian Affairs Commission. We did have 3 recommendations within this. Improper use of state funds. $7,790 was misspent on gift cards. They also had a lack of annual inventory of assets, and they did not have a fraud risk assessment completed, which is required by Office of Management and Budget. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to answer any questions on this report.
Any questions on that audit? Representative Simon.
Sorry here. Did I hear that right? Someone about gift cards? How could you explain that a little bit here?
Chairman Klein, members of the committee, so the Indian Affairs Commission puts on an annual Youth Leadership Academy, and each one of the participants, plus I think some of the mentors maybe who were there, all received a $100 gift card.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
if I may, to the tune of how much money did you say?
$7,790 was misspent on gift cards to sporting goods stores, is what the says.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on that audit? Okay, moving along then, Josh. Which other one would you?
Mr. Chairman, I think the Information Technology Department was a late add. I did not originally have that on my list, but Don LaFleur here will be happy to provide a quick presentation on it.
Okay. Don?
Mr.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Don LaFleur. I'm the director of the auditor's office. In my former life, I was the IT audit manager for the auditor's office, so that's why I am presenting this particular report. So mostly I'll just be here to stand for questions, but I wanted to make a few clarifying comments on what we found on this audit. The issue here is ITD does do an annual inventory of their assets, but there's certain assets that they're unable to find because they have assets obviously scattered across the entire state, and they don't make much of an effort to locate those assets. They just wait till the next inventory to try to find them. So, and you can see on this one-page summary that I pulled up here, kind of the nature of some of those assets that we identified that were of a more sensitive nature. Then along with that, in a different audit that we do on ITD, we did look at their encryption of their assets, because you can see there's some laptops and servers that were on this list here as unable to be found, not necessarily missing, but they were unable to find them. During our test of their encryption procedures, we did find that there were some assets that they believed were encrypted, but were in fact not encrypted. So when you combine those two, you have the possibility that these assets could be missing and not be encrypted, and therefore have sensitive information that would be available on them. So with that, I'll conclude and answer any questions you might have.
I have to start painting all orange or something.
Do like the guns.
Yeah, they're with the guns. All right, committee, any questions? Representative Kempening gives a question.
Mr. Chairman, I guess, but is there any one, did you track it to any one agency per se? You know, because how IT were, you know, they're kind of a clearinghouse for other agencies. Like, what's kind of puzzling is the servers, you know, because that's not something you put in your pocket and it disappears. Is it any one entity that's got the issue, or is it more of a control issue within IT of how they hand out or distribute their stuff?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kempening, this audit was on ITD, and these are ITD servers. They're responsible for the maintenance of them and the inventory of them.
And they can't.
They were unable to for various reasons. Again, the equipment's scattered across the state, so you know they're not in one location like most agencies are.
Yeah, because I was thinking of because they do touch a lot of agencies, just all of them, and that's why I was wondering if it was one, but this was just IT itself.
It's possible this was just an administrative thing that these, you know, there's one of their comments I saw in the press was that these were just decommissioned and just the assets weren't updated. That's entirely possible, but we don't know because they didn't clarify.
Okay. Any other questions for Don on the ITD budget or audit? Seeing none? All right, thank you. Senator Clemens.
Mr. Chair, I had a question for the state mill.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Clemens, my name is Ed Barching, and I'm CFO at State Mill.
Okay, thank you. I saw in the audit report that a majority of the purchases of grains come from North Dakota producers and elevators. Could you give us more of a percentage, what comes from North Dakota producers and elevators, and what percentage of your volume would come from Canada?
Nothing comes from Canada. 100%. No, we basically, before anybody hauls in, they must sign a document stating nothing is from Canada. Most of our grains come from North Dakota, and some from Minnesota, being right on the border. Some farmers just haul it right across. But I'd say between those two states, that's 95-99% of the grain we buy. There's periodically, once in a while, if we cannot find a specific type of characteristics, we might go out to Montana or something, but no, nothing is from Canada.
95% from North Dakota.
I'd say between the two states, I'd say 95 and 99% is North Dakota and Minnesota, but the vast majority is North Dakota. Our biggest draw area for grain is by truck, which is west of 29 and north of Highway 2.
So it's a close area. I mean, transportation-wise, it's not.
Yes, from a freight standpoint.
Yeah.
And we're just in the process of completing a shuttle train right now, track, which should be done this summer, where we can draw some now from Southwest North Dakota, should we need to get some sort of characteristic that we can't get in the Central area.
Right, and Ed, you make different kinds of flour, that's why you're looking for different characteristics, correct? Or
That is correct. We typically have like 7 or 8 different mill mixes. It's all based upon proteins. But if you look at SKUs, we have 200 to 300 SKUs that we put out.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Nelson.
While you're up here, are we still making bromated flour? Mr. Chairman, yes, we still have some bromated flour. It's down from where it has been, but we still use bromate. Are you concerned we might get sued over doing that at some point? We only make it upon request. Everything we sell is by contracted by bakers. You know, large bakers, they may request it. Otherwise, we don't bromate it. We do not make anything that's not contracted for. Okay.
And do you want to hit on bromated quickly?
For us city girls.
Hmm?
For us city girls.
Bromate is something, I mean, I'd have to have our lab people speak more to that, but it helps out with certain types of flour where the bakers are looking for certain characteristics when they're mixing and blending it. I have to talk to our lab people. I don't know that much about some of this.
Well, aren't we glad your audit was good, because now we can ask about flour questions.
We use enrichments, folic acid, vitamins, ascorbic acid, bromate, bleach. But everything we sell, pretty much almost everything we sell is all because we have contracts in place with customers.
All righty, thank you. Thanks for coming down. All right, committee, before we go to the last agenda item, if there's any other audits on that list that somebody would like to have the auditor say is clean and with no findings, I will bring it back up, because otherwise I'm going to ask for a motion to adopt the audits from today. We need a motion.
Make a motion
to accept
audits that with no findings that have not been presented, that we make one motion to accept them.
I got the motion. Would you like to second?
Second.
All right. Motion from Craig, second from Company. Committee, any discussion on that? All right, we've heard them all. We certainly know that all those agencies are working toward applying by those recommendations. It's kind of how it works, and our job is we'll come back and we'll hear about it if they don't. So, seeing no discussion, we will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Senator Clemens?
Here.
Gravinger?
Yes.
Kinnanen?
Aye.
Gary Lee? Judy Lee?
Aye.
Roars?
Yes.
Representative Craig?
Yes.
Adams?
Yes.
Heddlestead?
Yes.
Mary Johnson?
Yes.
Kempenig?
Yes.
Lanning?
Yes.
Lauser?
Yes.
Nathy?
Yes.
Marvin Nelson?
Yes.
Schmidt?
Yes.
Simons?
Aye.
All right, committee, that passes. We have one agenda item left. We're going to pick that up right now. So we have a presentation by the auditor and the direction he's going to be taking to the 2019-2021 biennium.
You got plenty.
That was supposed to be Gravingers.
All right, everybody have a copy of the memorandum?
Do we need
Grab
to
it,
have
yours in a handy box.
Do we have an extra?
Yeah, she threw it over there.
Should we short?
Alan, we left out. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, again, my name is Josh Gallion. I'm the State Auditor of North Dakota. This agenda item is about the upcoming audits for this upcoming biennium. There's been a lot of discussion about this topic with the addition of the legislation and the opinion issued by the Attorney General's office. And what I'm here to tell you is I will follow the opinion of the Attorney General's office. We will not be seeking approval of performance audits. But what I will tell you is communication is key. So we prepared this memo. The State Auditor's Office is a constitutional office that produces informative audits to improve government on behalf of the citizens of North Dakota. Maintaining open channels of communication and improving transparency are essential to sustaining the public's trust in government. Audits are a valuable tool for citizens, state agencies, and local government entities by providing an opportunity to improve operations, fiscal responsibility, and taxpayer services. We strive to look for areas to improve in operations and leveraging technology to better communicate with all our stakeholders. Some of the tools that we've implemented. Communication, we send our engagement letters to the client. I believe all of you should receive those engagement letters as well when we initiate an audit. We send completed audit reports. Those are shared with the client. They provide responses. We also share those with this committee. We also share them with the public on our website. We now issue news releases to make sure that these are publicly available and we inform the public, which is also a requirement of government auditing standards. We issue quarterly news releases to inform this committee plus anybody else who has signed up for that news release of what is currently going on, the pending audits, the upcoming audits. We put this information out on Facebook. Some of the transparency initiatives that we've undertaken. Again, we publish most of these audit reports to our website, all state agencies, and we are continuing to grow the number of local government audits that we make available publicly. We also publish our audit schedule on our website. You can see what audits are currently going on, what stage that audit is in. Those reports are available. You can see what audits are coming up. We are continuing to improve that function in not only state agencies, but local governments. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand to answer any questions that this committee would have.
Okay, there are some hands going up here. Representative Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Josh. Under the communications, bullet point number 2, completed audit report shared with client, Lafferty, and public. I would like to see that, the client, shared with the client and Lafferty at the same time and go to the general public after we've received that information.
Mr. Chairman.
I don't like to read in the newspaper an audit that's been completed and not have been, notified that this audit was done.
Chairman, Representative Craig, those audits are provided to you at the same time that they are substantially completed. So when we get those responses back from the client, we publish them to everyone. You are on that list. We also make them available on our website. If what you're asking is for us to hold those audits until we give them to this committee first, we will not do that.
But I think this committee should, before it goes into the newspaper, this committee should be aware of the audit that's been completed and if there are deficiencies. Because, we have been now, we've been receiving the audits. I mean, we've got it in the last week or so. They've come to us, but there were some audits prior that did hit the newspaper that I was not aware of. And, an email to the committee would, I feel, be very beneficial. I mean, like I said, just read it in the newspaper, and being on the Lafferty committee and not even knowing that, there are problems with some entity that's just been audited. So, I mean, that's a request that I have.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Craig, we will email that information out when that is substantially complete. But again, when we submit that or send that out via our email listing, it will go out to everybody.
Right. Thank you.
Auditor, this has been certainly an interesting month or two. And I probably didn't realize the media could find my number because they never had to call me before. But I guess my comments have been along all these lines that we hadn't even met yet. And my concern was that, as chairman now, that we've always viewed your opinions of the direction you wanted to go, I have, as valuable. And it was in the interest of transparency, and I'm hoping that that was the suggestion when that amendment was added to your budget, that we just kind of want to know the direction you were going, which you've given us in the past. And it's for the sake of budgeting issues and some of those other things. My intent was never to hold you back. As I heard Ron suggest this morning, we haven't been giving you a lot of opportunity to do our performance audits on our suggestion. Although we do come up with some once in a while, I would appreciate that this Attorney General's opinion won't stop us from asking you to perform a performance audit. We're taking this in stride. I'm certainly been open to working with you because at the end of the day, it's a transparency issue and the continued efforts that we heard from you, your audit staff, all the auditors here that we're looking for the common good for the state of North Dakota, that making sure that our money is being spent wisely and the way it was intended, and our offices are performing as they had intended. So I don't want to conjure up anything that isn't necessarily going to make the news, but I would suggest that my effort will be to continue to work with you. But I know there will be probably there's some questions as to an Attorney General's opinion is someone's opinion, and it's certainly to me not worth pursuing, or the cost or the waste of money that would be involved in pursuing legal action on something that would be of no consequence. So I think it's my intention to continue to, but I would ask you that as we have these meetings, that you give us, if you wouldn't mind giving us some direction, that we would have some audits, and because then we can say, great idea, go get them, and that's kind of what we've done in the past, and I think I'd like to see that continue in the future. So it's more of a comment. There's no question there. Senator Judy Lee.
Mr. Chairman, on that note, I was going to ask if we might, I see in the letter that you provided where the audit schedule websites are and all, but if for members of Lafferty, you might be willing to just forward those to the members of the committee so that I'm not, yes, maybe I am lazy, but I don't really think so.
Yeah.
Rather than my having to think of going on your website to check on that every now and then, as you have change on your audit schedules, maybe you could just include that one little link, or send it to Chris and he can send it to all of us, so it's not even a big job for you. So you've got the audit schedule. And the other thing is that if I might ask Chris if he would include, along with the State College of Science audit as a link, since the responses from Dr. Richmond and the board action was not included as an appendix to that audit. Instead of having it be the separate email which we received, if it might be included in the minutes, so that we have a link to that at the same time as we have a link to the audit of the workforce. Excuse me, you know what I mean. Throw it in there, would you, please? Thank you.
Okay, Senator Roars.
Yeah, Chairman Klein and Mr. Auditor, can you, for us that are new on this committee, can you tell us how do you initiate an audit? Who initiates these audits, and how do you go about doing that? Is this something that you do in your department on your own, or are these brought to you?
So, Chairman Glenn, members of the committee, so it would depend on what audit you're specifically talking about. So if it's the the performance audits that you're thinking of, in that broader definition, those are initiated at times within the auditor's office. So if we uncover some issues, sometimes we take information from many different sources, but those can be initiated by the state auditor. They can be requested by the legislative audit fiscal review committee. They can be, I guess, authorized by law during session. There's many different ways that it can occur. The last several, I've authorized. The 2-year agency audits, the biennial performance audits, we establish a schedule and we put that schedule out there, and we make that. Those are the private firms. Okay, now, but we make sure that we publish that schedule and we let people know ahead of time.
Representative Kempany, he brought up something, and that's what, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Gallant, that's where I think the confusion come into play, because in the past, the requirement of a 2-year audit was always was more fiscal than it was performance. I'm not saying that you couldn't do it. I'm just saying that was more of the past experiences, than it was more based on a fiscal audit than it was a performance type audit. And I think that's where this is, the conversation went to was the definition of performance and fiscal, and how that, because the two do work together, there's no doubt about it. And I think though, in a lot of in the past, the fiscal would usually trigger a performance requirement, and that was this morning when I was talking to Ron Tulsa, your audit manager, was in the past, performances were usually more focused on specific issues, not a broader conversation, and that's where I think the confusion coming into play is these performance now are becoming a requirement along with the fiscal, and so how broad does that performance audit get within an agency, because those are more time consuming type audits, and so where that's I think is where the conversation is at, because there is a change in the structure of how, I'm not saying that they didn't happen in the past, and they did, but it's more general than it was in the past.
Chairman Klein, Representative Kemnick, I think this is part of the issue is a misunderstanding on terminology. We call things an operational audit. Now, of all of the audits that you heard the state auditor's office present today that we conducted, 2 of them were fiscal audits. That's a state mill and elevator and lottery. Yeah. The rest of them, by auditing standards, those are performance audits. We don't do just fiscal audits of government agencies. That doesn't happen. Every single one of those, each one of these that you saw us present, they are performance audits. So we follow those standards. And so that's, I think, where the terminology and the misunderstanding is occurring. So when you say performance audits, for us, we think of nearly everything that we do is a performance audit.
It is a terminology change, Mr. Chairman, because like I said, in the past, performance was dealing with more specific type issue, something that triggered it, and then it'd be more lasered in on just one entity within the agency and stuff, not, well, we use that train and D type one, that is more focused, was a typical performance type, and stuff, because that was focused on one aspect of but on some of the more broader general agencies, it is more of a broader conversation. It isn't just one specific part of the agency. And I think it is a terminology change.
It is, but it's not a process change. We have been conducting these audits this way for nearly 2 decades. So
yeah.
This isn't new.
No.
This is just.
Senator Clemens has a question.
Mr. Chair. I think we as a legislature, and I'll take responsibility in the Senate, I think we have to accept some of the heartburn over this as our own responsibility, because maybe some people were fully aware of the changes in the auditor's budget last session. I wasn't. A lot of people weren't. And I think the way that that was put through, there was no discussion on the floor. There was no mention of the changes by the carrier. It was very disappointing that these changes had to come about this way. I'm not saying if it would have come to a full vote that it still wouldn't have passed. I have my doubts that it would have, but that's my own opinion. But I think when we start talking about transparency and fairness and meeting halfway, we probably should look at ourselves too and how we're running our own chambers. I guess it's just something that has bothered me since the session, the way that I read about it on Facebook. I mean, we read things in the media not knowing about it. I read about things in Facebook the next morning about a bill that I just voted for. So anyway, I just wanted to air that to you as a committee.
I don't know much because I don't do Facebook, but I do go to the media and I do read the papers. It was an extensive article that I got to understand what the bill really did. So that's another issue. But once again, I believe they were looking to try to provide some direction that they were looking for, but it would have been nice for, okay, never mind. Representative Nathan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of different things. In regards to your offer as far as meeting halfway, a lot of times we pass bills here in the legislature, and I've been in it for almost 12 years, but sometimes we inadvertently make life difficult for an agency. And I think this may be one of those. But we also have those agencies. We work with those agencies in the interim to try to get them through it and then correct the mistake the following session. Your offer to do this, I think, was great. The auditors, I answered to say no, was really quite disappointing, to be honest with you. So I think that if we could get somehow to work it out for now in the interim and then make the adjustments next session, as you proposed, I think was a great idea. The other thing in regards to what Representative Craig talked about being notified, and we talked about this in the transparency thing earlier in the day. You said as far as letting the client know, letting us know, letting the media know. I looked up the AG press release when we were notified. We were notified on June 7th at 1:07. The press was notified 11 minutes later. That's not a whole lot of time for us to even see it, even if we're checking our email, to even digest the whole audits. I mean, look at the audits that we have in front of us here. And I don't want to speak for Representative Craig, but I think what he's getting at is we'd like to see it for a couple of days so we could digest it first before it goes out to the press, because we do get the calls from our colleagues saying what's going on here, and we find out 9 minutes prior to the press, and there was already a written statement shot out to the press right away. I haven't even had a chance to, probably didn't even check my email that day because I'm working, but when I did, I probably didn't get a chance to go through the report. So, I mean, technically, yes, you're notifying us 9 minutes, 11 minutes before you get to the press. I think we would need more time before you go to the press so we could digest it, ask you questions before it gets out to the public. That's it for now.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. I think that was a comment also. Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, just a clarification. I thought I heard you say this morning that your performance audits are totally under your budget and that the agency that you are auditing will not be charged for those. Is that a correct statement or not?
Correct, we do not bill for performance audits.
You do not bill for any of the performance audit, regardless of how you define it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Senator Grabinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to make this clear because I've had this discussion with the auditor shortly after this hit the press regarding the performance audits and where we are. I sat in on the conference committee and all the discussion regarding his budget, and we were told by him at that time that we wouldn't be able to perform performance audits after we passed that budget because we weren't giving him the auditors that he needed to staff that. We heard earlier today where his assistant said that essentially the performance audit division is no more. And so it really is surprising to me that we're having this discussion now. I just heard that he said performance audits, all of these, he does fiscal audits and these other ones are considered performance audits now. Well, that isn't the information I had. There were statutory audits that have to be performed, fiscal audits, there's government audits, which we gave him 2 more auditors to start taking care of the government audits because we were told that local private auditor companies didn't want to do the government audits anymore. So we were going to assist him in having the manpower to get that up and running to take care of those audits. So it's surprising to me that this discussion has gone on this long about these performance audits and everything, when he himself said that he wouldn't be performing them because he didn't have the staff to do that. And we had that discussion when I called you about it. And so I'm surprised that this has gone on this long. I don't think it's appropriate that the language that we put in the bill probably wasn't right. I agree with that. We probably didn't need it because in his own words, we weren't going to be able to perform the audits anyway. So that's where it goes.
Okay, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to Representative Lanning's question, we talked about that this morning, which is one of my concerns, is if back to Mr. Tolsted's comment about our performance audit division is we've lost it. He also mentioned that if they have to hire a consultant, the consultant fees have to be paid by the agency. And those consultant fees, as Mr. Tolsted mentioned, could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, if this audit comes up after our session and we've gone through their budgets, and all of a sudden they have a performance audit whereby a consultant is required, and those costs are substantial, how do you expect the agency to pay for that?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this body has to approve the hiring of a consultant before we do it. You make that call.
This committee, we would have the authority then?
If we need a consultant, Mr. Chairman, we come here to you first and we make that request. This committee approves that request or denies it before a consultant is hired.
Okay.
And that cost is billed to the agency.
Senator Jay Lee had a question before I get to you.
Actually, excuse me.
Or comment.
An unrelated question, but in response to Representative Lanning's point about who pays for what. In the hours that I mentioned with the parking lot audit, the 587 hours, they didn't have to pay for the audit, but they had to pay the salaries of people for 587 hours of work in order to prepare the information. My unrelated question is, do we need a motion or would you like a tiny bit of discussion on whether or not some of us could say we don't need these anymore and people who might want them in paper form can get them and the rest of us can have them electronically?
We're gonna make sure we cover that.
No, I'm just bringing it up so you don't have to call me.
Yeah, because I already forgot, because I was thinking about it as I was stacking earlier. Okay. Representative Kaepernick, you got any?
Mr. Chairman, on these consultant issues, if we do, if there is a specialized in the past, it's either through legislation or else in the past we've gone to the contingency fund. If the agency doesn't, and there's wanting to be a performance, but there is funds. You do have to find the money to do it. But we do have the authority to do that, and we have in the past. But you got to go beg, borrow, or you got to talk to council chairman.
And I would question under the Attorney General's opinion whether we would have authority anymore, since he suggested that as a small committee, some decisions should be made, as was with the budget section, and they appropriate.
Well, that isn't. We really aren't legislating anything.
Well, we would be giving the go-ahead to spend money.
But the contingency fund is not. It's already been.
I'm just saying. I'm not going to ask for an
That's
opinion, by the way. All right. We have Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Gallion, when a consultant is needed, do they direct bill the audited entity, or do they bill you and you request reimbursement from the, where's the relationship?
That's a good question. We have not done that since I've been here, so I'm gonna friend again.
Direct bill to the agency.
Direct bill to the agency.
Not through us.
So the agency just says, nah, not gonna happen. We don't have any money. Are they gonna even perform the audit then?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my hope is that before we would get to that point, those discussions happen when we make that request. The agency needs to come here. We need to have that discussion. We don't, again, since I've been in this job, we have not had a consultant. We do most of that stuff in-house. Again, our vision is a diversified team committed to generating greater value for the taxpayers. That's why we are looking at different skill sets. We recently hired a medical auditor. We are looking at different ways that we can apply different skills to the audits that we perform so that we don't have to have the need for consultants. We try to get that expertise in-house if there's enough work to justify.
Okay, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gallion, and all these different things that showed up. I know we talked a lot about performance audits, but the bill also said that you shall not contract for work required by the federal government without the approval of this committee. Is it your feeling that the Attorney General's opinion covers that as well, or could you speak a little on that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nelson, yes, it covered that section and the approval for performance audits. They did cover those two areas. The need to get approval to outsource would mean that we would need approval from the Bank of North Dakota audit because they expend federal resources. So, no, as we read the opinion, it's both of those sections that are likely unconstitutional, and that is where I'm going to follow the advice of my attorney.
Thank you.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. So, if I'm understanding correctly, new legislator, we haven't been doing performance audits, is that correct?
Chairman, Representative Simons. So I think, especially what Senator Gravinger was getting at, so not this last session, but the session before, this is when the auditor's budget was vetoed by the governor because an audit manager was singled out for elimination by position number. We have eventually, we lost that manager. Since then, we've lost nearly the rest of the performance audit team. You can only imagine what that caused to the morale of the office. We have one of those individuals left. What we have been doing since then is we have been repurposing those positions back into our agency division. They do conduct performance audits, but that's where our greatest need is. As we've seen, the auditor's office has remained level with FTE numbers for the last nearly 20 years. And our state budget has grown almost 200%, if not more. And so our greatest need is in the agency division. We've been putting them there. Now, our ability to conduct performance audits in the future, it is questionable. Senator Gravinger's not wrong. We did have a lot of conversations about that. A full-blown performance audit, like you think about the land department or game and fish, we're gonna have to take a long, hard look at whether or not we really have the resources to pull away from statutory obligations to conduct those 2-year audits to do a performance audit. It's gonna depend a lot on capabilities and timing. If we do determine that we do have that ability, what we're doing now is we're looking at the skill sets of the team members that we have across the entire agency to see which ones we would apply to that performance audit. But yes, as it stands right now, since we lost that manager and nearly the rest of the team, we don't have, as we had in the past, a performance audit position.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, John, Mr. Gallion, for that. And I'm just a little appalled that we'd be worried about doing an audit on performance. I would think that at a time in our country where people don't trust our government probably more than they ever have not, that we would be upset with you doing your job and doing an audit on performance. I'm actually just speechless on that. Also, I wanted to say on the record, I had a constituent that I got in touch with your office, and all of your staff treated him so good. He had a problem with workforce safety. He had been fighting them for, 17 years, something like that. And they finally settled with him through the government muck, whatever you want to call it, drug him through the ropes, and you and your staff treated him so well. And, he came back heartbroken when he told me that you couldn't audit them due to finances, but you kept all his records, which he has boxes full. I've read a lot of it. And I just wanted to thank you for doing that on the record. That just meant the world to him. It meant the world to me. I think you're doing a great job. I hope you keep it up.
Representative Nathan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question. The auditor alluded to the AG's opinion, and he thought the AG's opinion deemed the amendment or the bill unconstitutional. There's some of us in the legislature think that it is still the law, and I'd just like to ask council, what is the truth here? Because I know the AG probably disagrees, but what is it? I mean, with his opinion, is this still the law?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I can give you kind of my view, and then if we need to get John Bjornson or one of the attorneys down, I can have them come down. But yeah, basically the law is still effective, took effect July 1, until the Supreme Court would deem it unconstitutional by 4 of the 5 justices, it is still law. And the Attorney General's opinion is just that, an opinion that a court might find it to be unconstitutional.
But it would have to go to court to kind of be the ruling. That would be it. Yep.
Well, but a cause of action has to.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Your mic.
But you need a cause of action, and this is both fun and ironic at the same time, because the Attorney General ruled a separation of powers issue, and the auditor chose to ignore the law that he's been advised is unconstitutional, but still the law. I mean, that's the history, of the United States unconstitutional law. We follow it until we don't, I guess, and then the better course of action, I think, would be to comply with the law. This committee says, no, you're not auditing that person. There's a cause of action to take to court and have a judge decide the issue, which is where then it's unconstitutional. So that's the irony of this, is that the choice to not follow the law, even though it is the law, is the Attorney General ruled a separation of powers issue, but the correct course of action is also a separation of powers issue because it should be before the judiciary. So it's fun and ironic at the same time.
It's the bus driver, lawyer, and the one staff. Appreciate that. It is true. But okay, committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Nathan.
I don't want to just drop this issue just quite yet. So I just want to ask the auditor, I mean, you're comfortable in ignoring the legislature, ignoring the law, and going this way?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nathan, that opinion is issued based on law.
Right, but you just heard what LC said.
And that opinion says that it governs the actions of public officials until it's determined by a court. That is in the opinion of the Attorney General.
Correct, but the Attorney General is not the Supreme Court. I just think, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just think, Josh, that ignoring the legislature, ignoring the law, does you and your office no good. I think it hurts your credibility. I think you saw my quote the other day in the paper. You're out auditing somebody. You're asking them to follow the law, and yet you're not. Now, I know we could split hairs from your position, and I respect that. That's your position. You're the auditor. You can do what you want. But I just think it hurts. I don't think it helps your office any. That's my comment.
All right. Committee, I think we've kind of worked the comments through. I think everyone knows everybody's position and how we feel about certain laws that get passed or Attorney General's opinions. But we're going to have a little discussion, though. Just one quick amount of discussion on whether or not those independent accounting firms, and maybe a comment from, is this part of the the bid that they do this? Would we get in cheaper if we just provide it electronically? What would be the opinion of the auditor and the auditor's office?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we would love to go electronic. Rather than collect these documents, we store them in our office until this meeting, and then we break them all out in these different stacks and distribute them. It takes a lot of time and effort by the auditing firms to prepare them. When everything is here electronic. That would be our preference.
Wishes of the committee.
I thought we voted on,
I thought we did too.
past committee, I thought we voted on electronic, and we did vote electronic. I think it was suggested that we have at least one paper copy within the committee when we have these meetings, but.
Well, we're sending the memo one more time here. If there's no motion for that. No? Okay. Council is taking it upon recommendation from the committee that we will just get it electronically, but there will be a handful of copies available, Ron, when you're out there getting those bids, and we expect them to drop the cost because of that. So.
Mr. Chairman, can we set a specific number, like 3 copies? 3 paper copies?
Whatever you seem to think is going to, but.
I don't know. A pinch.
Okay. All right, we don't need a motion for that. So, okay, committee, Senator Gravinger had one last comment.
Mr. Chairman, I was just gonna make a comment because it was insinuated by a statement that some of us didn't want the auditor to do his job. And that really wasn't the case in the budget process. What it was it came down to the FTEs and the number of FTEs and the funding level that we were gonna grant him. It wasn't that we didn't want him to do his job. I just want to make that clear, that I think everybody in the budget process was on board with hoping that he could get the job done.
Great, and I think we kind of get that as budgets come and go. The head of those agencies work very hard to work within their budget to do the best they can, and it's really for the people. And so with that, committee, I think is there anything else that Representative Nelson needs to come before the
I might have a unrelated question when you get done with the gag.
Representative Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, having served on the committee for a while, I will admit that this is not something that's really been in my mind before this as we have gone through audits. But thanks in part to this dispute, I have been spending time reading our duties. And it says that whenever the committee may determine or have reason to believe that there may have been a violation of law relating to the receipt, custody, or expenditure of public funds by any state officer or employee, the committee shall present such evidence or information as may be in its possession to the Attorney General. And then, of course, it goes on from there with what he can do. And I think 2 of the audits that we listened to today rose to the level where I believe we have reason to believe there may have been a violation of state law. Not saying that there is, but there may have been. And so I would move that we forward the information that this committee has on the Indian Affairs Committee or Commission and on the North Dakota State College of Science audit.
Well, we have a motion. And we have a second. We have discussion. Representative Kempany.
Mr. Chairman, and truthfully, I agree that we probably should, that anything goes on, but this is kind of what followed with the DSU Foundation issue, was when this got to be more of a, the legality question. This is what kind of where it went, whether the Attorney General raises to a level of doing something about it. I guess that's another issue, but and this is something that I was thinking about the same thing. Truthfully, it was that we look at this a little deeper.
Well, I would suggest the Board of Higher Ed must be pursuing the issue that it relates to the College of Wahpeton, and I guess it is, and I would like to know more. I'd rather not just broad
Well,
brush
should
the.
we put this for the next meeting?
I think that would be what I would suggest, I'm not gonna support it now without having at least some discussion or some thought in it to. Yes, because, there's nobody here to defend themselves anymore, at this point, so,
Well, if I could, Mr. Chairman, this is not a matter of defense, and this is a question of what the state law directs us to do. We're just talking about, the auditor should follow the law. Well, here's the law affecting us. And it says that we shall do this if we have that there may be, not that there is. I don't know that there is. I don't know. And it's fully up to the Attorney General whether he investigates or not. But I realize, this is, kind of dropped on the committee. I don't have big objections if we forward it to the next meeting, if it's held sometime in the not too distant future. But I think that this is the process that's laid out. Is the auditor's not the law enforcement person. He brings these problems and he brings them to us, and then we look at them. And we're mostly concerned with the financial, with the legislative duties. But if there is a possibility, criminal actions have been taken, we forward them to the branch that's responsible for taking care of that, and that's the Attorney General's. So I would hope that the committee would seriously do this, because I think that what we've been given rises to the level of saying to us that there may, not that there is, we're not the jury, we're not the judge, but there may be a law broken here. That's not our responsibility. We're not the Attorney General, we're not the judicial system, but we pass the information on to them as we're supposed to. So,
Representative Johnson.
What was it you just read? I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
well, it's
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
and our part is to conclude whether we may have. Let's see. Whenever the committee may determine or have reason to believe, that's why we would need a vote, that there may have been a violation of law relating to the receipt, custody, or expenditure of public funds by any state officer or employee, the committee shall present such evidence or information as may be in its possession to the Attorney General.
Senator, you want to come finish up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm not sure what happened at state school, but I didn't see a cite to any law that may have been broken, or I just need more information before that would happen. But what to stop any one single person legislator from going to the Attorney General with that information?
I don't know that there is any.
Jay Lee?
Mr. Chairman, I paid pretty close attention to what the State Board of Higher Education has been doing in response to all of this, and have a lot of, and asked for several of those reports, and they have a plan of action in place right now, a performance plan that they're working with in the State College of Science, which the administration there is very much a partner in moving forward, and so I think it would be appropriate. I can't support this motion, and the reason, there's more than one reason, but one of the main reasons is that there already is a response to the concerns that the auditor has raised. And he has already stated that the State Board of Higher Education is the responsible entity which manages that particular college. So if nothing else, we certainly would find it best in our next meeting to have a report from the State Board of Higher Education about what that plan is and what their expectations are moving forward. Because why would we duplicate the work that is already going on by the ones who have the ultimate responsibility anyway?
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Johnson.
Well, I'm not sure if the difference is civil versus criminal. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, I think this is a
criminal is obviously Attorney General.
Right, Representative Kemp.
Well, we run into this issue a few years ago with work safety on this gift card business and stuff. They bought gifts, the director at the time bought gifts. And I think the attorney, we did forward that information too. I don't think anything really happened on it and stuff. We did try to pass some legislation, and I was thinking, did we though? I mean, there was that one attempt, but did we give any allowance on? See, that's what I was trying to figure out where the state law comes into play here. You know, we probably didn't. I can't remember. I know the one bill failed, but I thought in another session you could have something.
And maybe we could have some work done to see.
But I think voting on it today is a little premature, but it is something that we should look into.
Well, we do have a motion in a second. We'll call the roll.
Chairman Klein.
No.
Senators Clemens.
Aye.
Gravinger.
Aye.
Kinnanen.
Aye.
Gary Lee.
No.
Judy Lee.
No.
Roars.
No.
Representatives Kreit.
No.
Adams.
Yes.
Hattlestead.
No.
Johnson.
No.
Kempening.
No.
Lanning.
Yes.
Lauser. No. Neathy.
No.
Nelson.
Yes.
Schmidt.
Yes.
Simons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, motion bills.
All right, committee, Representative Johnson.
This vote is not dispositive of the issue. I mean, once we get more information,
Correct.
we'll come back.
Yes.
Well, is that gonna go on the next agenda? Because that was my intent.
We've already talked about, I think we're moving. And once again, I think we've done a lot of work today. We've covered a lot of territory, seen a lot of paper. I do thank the auditor for providing that memorandum. Everyone has a copy. With that, if there's anything else to come before the committee, hearing none, a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? All in favor, aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried.
Yes, sir.